Going live. You're live. Welcome to the Out There channel, live stream 195. We're just going to cue the intro and some music, and we'll be with you in a minute. Hopefully it's working. Guess what's stuffed up? Preview. Let's see how I can fix it. It's coming up now. It's good how we know how to get around the bugs. Going to Area 51. Actually, we've probably gone past it. Up to hello. Just kill the music. Good to be back for another live stream. It took that whole intro just to fix the bugs. And still having little problems here. There we go. Music's paused. So Robert, what are we doing tonight?
Well, okay, are we live now?
Should be. We're just checking out the audio. So introduce.
Okay, first of all.
What happened? Oh, we lost Robert. That's my mistake. We'll get him back in a minute. Trying to resize the window. Robert. Where is he?
Just before we move on with this call...
Hang on, Robert. I accidentally hit disconnect by mistake when I was resizing. So we haven't heard anything you said. So,
okay, that's no problem. Do you want to say it again?
You're distorting now, I think. What's going on here? So yeah, say something. I'll just check out your audio again. Robert, you there? I think it's screwing up. Robert, you there? I don't think.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. So what did you say? What are we doing tonight?
Okay. The Farmington case, 1950.
Oh, this is corrupting. Hang on. Let me just restart the mixer. Oh, well, that was a stuff up. Are we back? How's it sound now? You there, Robert?
Yeah, it sounds the same to me, Paul.
Okay, so what are we going to do tonight?
Okay. The Farmington case, 1950, New Mexico.
No, it's all crackling here, mate. Can you
Okay.
just drop out and come back in again?
I shall.
Yep, something's gone screwy. Renee's with us. It was getting so good until I made that stuff up. Are you there?
Yes, I'm back now.
Okay, I think it wasn't on your headphone mic before. Okay, so what are we doing tonight for the third time?
Okay.
Yeah,
It's Farmington, 1950, Farmington, New Mexico. It's a mass sighting, but the unusual thing about this one is it happened in daylight. Okay. But just before we move on to this, can I quickly ask you, Paul, what was the score in the rugby? I got up late.
I didn't ask. I think it only just finished not long ago.
I thought that would be the case here.
I didn't see the parents too happy, so I think maybe you won. So,
Okay.
yes, we better type the welcome message first. So, Minicam's got a new update, which obviously changes a few things, and I'll do the upgrade next week. So, what's happened to this? To the chat window? They've changed the chat window, haven't they? It's not scrolling the text like it used to. What's going on here? So they've done something to the code. So this is where things start going wrong once they do updates like this. Something's not right with the chat window. Live stream 195. I can't even see 5. Is that right? Why is it making an endless link here? Something screwed up here with their code now. Mass UFO Sightings. It's like they've changed the minimum size for the chat window now, have they? What a really box up system. Let me just close and reopen that again. Hopefully I don't click you. Ah dear. Alright, let's drag it back on the screen. Okay, I think it might be working alright now. Yep, okay. So where do we begin? So we're looking at this location here, Farmington, United States, which is in New Mexico.
It's the northwest.
To the far right of Las Vegas. So I guess it's close to all the air bases there in Area 51.
New Mexico.
And Skinwalker Ranch up here, and Denver Airport up here. So yeah, a lot of hotbed of activity in that location.
Yeah,
so, or around that location, I should say. Looks like a pretty desert looking location there. Looks like it's got 3 rivers, is it?
Well, it had fairly low population at the time.
Yeah, it looks pretty built up now. So, you got your phone ringing there, mate? Alright. Is that your house phone, I think?
It's the house phone.
So we got a link there, Robert. Yep, we have.
Yeah, I've left the link for you. Yeah, it's David Marler's website. I found this, and it's the most comprehensive study I found on it.
All right. So if Robert's audio corrupts at all, guys out there, let us know, because we need to restart things if it does. It looks like there's been a few changes since we last used it. The Flying Saucer Invasion of 1951. So, do you want to get the reader to read out some of this first, or we'd restart? From the top, I guess.
From the top, yeah.
Before we go, just see who's on the side chat with us. It's been plenty of time for people to get on. Gremlins, yeah, Men in Black again. Renee, how's it going? Who else we got? So we got Dell with us at the moment, or I did see him. No, he's not with us yet. Microphone, Gremlins. Yep, as long as it sounds alright, that's the main thing. When you get that horrible scratchy, pocky sound that you get where it gets too loud, that's where you need to figure it out. Volume is too loud, you say? So let's see.
The Flying Saucer Invasion of 1950 Farmington, New Mexico and beyond description. In March of 1950, reports of hundreds of flying saucers were reported in broad daylight by thousands of eyewitnesses in Farmington, NM. This incredible episode transpired over a full 3-day period. Many people have heard of this incident. However, not much thorough research has been done regarding it in over 68 years since the events occurred.
You'd think they'd go around and interview people, wouldn't you, and get drawings.
Yeah, there's something I'd like to explain here, at this moment now.
Right.
Project Blue Book didn't really kick off until 1952. So this came under, of course, and you had Project Sign that kicked it off, and that was defunct.
Right.
After the conclusions they came to, Vandenberg didn't like. I mean, anyone can look that up.
Right.
And then there was Project Dredge. Now, Dredge was defunct by this time in 1950. It wasn't taken in reports at all. So it was poorly investigated. And it's such a shame.
And it's before Hynek then as well.
No, it's not before Hynek, but Hynek was only a consultant and he wasn't really put onto this until after the event.
Okay.
Hynek was there from the start. He was there with Project Sign, through Dredge, through Blue Book.
Right. So we'll just carry on reading it then, unless you want to say anything else.
No.
This presentation will delve into the newspaper reports, investigators' notes, and possible photographic evidence from the time period. Recorded interviews with eyewitnesses will also be discussed. Much of this material has never been made public before now. This examination will show that what occurred in Farmington, NM in 1950 was the tip of the iceberg when it came to overall UFO activity that year. It stands out as one of the most dramatic and well-documented cases in the history of the UFO phenomenon. Report. When people associate the state of New Mexico with the subject of UFOs, it usually evokes memories of the famous Roswell UFO incident. This involved the purported military recovery of a crashed flying saucer outside of Roswell, NM in July 1947. As far as sensationalism goes, nothing could capture the imagination more than that. Or could it?
That chat's screwing up still. There we go. Hopefully that's better. So, anything to add to that first paragraph at all?
No, not that one, no.
Alright.
What many people are not aware of is that an equally dramatic, some would argue more dramatic, event occurred in the same state of New Mexico, but this time in the year 1950. Yes, just less than 3 years after the Roswell incident, flying saucers were making headlines again. This time, the UFO activity seemed to be focusing on the northwestern portion of New Mexico. Specifically, flying saucers were cavorting in the skies above the sleepy town of Farmington, and then for a period of 3 consecutive days. Farmington is situated in the far northwest corner of the state of New Mexico, just 61 miles southeast of the Four Corners area. In 1950, the town had a population between 3,637 and 5,000 people. The town has had a long history tied to the production of petroleum, natural gas, and coal. The events recorded of this incident involved broad daylight UFO sightings, not ambiguous, nocturnal, light in the sky reports as we are often accustomed to in this field. Townspeople reportedly witnessed structured and substantial objects, as one witness was quoted at the time.
Yeah, so there you got your newspaper cuttings.
Yep.
You know, it was seen by hundreds, maybe even thousands of people.
Right. And they probably didn't have cameras. Okay. Or spud cameras.
We'll get to that.
Spud cams. Right. Just read out the little paragraph there then.
Yeah.
The flying saucer invasion of 1950 Farmington, New Mexico and beyond description. In March of 1950, reports of hundreds of flying saucers were reported in broad day.
Try that again.
The details of the sighting reports from the time paint a picture of an event that seems like the stuff of science fiction. However, these events did occur. What makes this case unique is not only the sightings themselves but the level in which they were documented at the time in newspapers. Both local and national news coverage took place as evidenced by the newspapers we still have access to today. These serve as historical records for us to explore when trying to gain insights into this series of events. We will examine some of these news reports.
Okay. I don't think that chat window's lined up still, is it? I don't know, something crazy with the font there. I don't know what they've done to it. Anyway, down to the next one. What's that one there?
Yeah, it's just
Spaceship's Call Sensation.
So you know, you can obviously see that it's made headlines.
So was it not slipped in? Okay, it is. Well, especially if you get a fleet of them or Armada. So what's Renee up to? Sorry if it's clipped you writing off there. I have tried to fix it. Oh, where's the edge gone? Yeah, it's much wider now. Stupid thing. And it still hasn't fixed up the writing though, has it? So yeah, what's it? Can we read that? Only just 2 days to Corona Roswell crash.
Yeah, I can see what Rennie's saying here. We're photographed in Washington and showed.
Yeah.
I'm not certain about Rennie, to be honest. And there's no good evidence for that. I think those photographs need to be analysed, and
yeah,
I'm just not sure on that one. I think if that was really the case, then some of them would have caught onto it by now.
They want the chat window to be that wide now? Surely not. They've added another 2 centimeters to it. Damn Google, it was good before they mucked around with it.
Yeah.
2 watching, but it's corrupted. Oh, we'll just have to live with that. Oh no, that doesn't work either, does it? What can we do here? Oh well, that's something I've got to troubleshoot in the future, but looks like it. I think that's a bit better. Anyway, did we read out this next bit? We didn't, did we?
No, we need to do that.
The Flying Saucer Invasion of 1950 Farmington,
Oh,
New
here we
Mexico
go.
and beyond description. In March of 1950, reports of hundreds of flying saucers were reported in The Flying Saucer Invasion of
No,
1950
still
Farmington,
not
New
set to
Mexico and beyond description. In March of 1950, reports of hundreds of flying saucers were reported. Interest in this event by military officials is also evident based on declassified United States Air Force (USAF) documents from that time period. In addition, eyewitnesses interviewed convey that they were approached by government or military officials making inquiries regarding their sighting reports in the weeks, months, and years following the event. We shall review this testimony as well as a sampling of these military records. Juxtaposed with the interest on the part of news reporters and government/military officials regarding this case, is a dearth of documented interest on the part of the fledgling UFO community. However, we must acknowledge this incident did occur in 1950 prior to the development of some of the most credible UFO research organizations from the 1950s, such as the Aerial Phenomena Research Organization, APRO, founded in 1952, or the latter National Investigations Committee on Aerial Phenomena, NICAP, founded in 1956.
Yeah, you see, now there comes another big factor that the private groups like APRO and NICAP weren't formed until 52 and 56, so we have nobody to actually have a good look at this case, only as a cold case. But even then, it was neglected to a point, because I think David Marler's done the best job on this, and this is his website, and this is his version of the story. But it's too little, too late, in my opinion. Opportunity lost.
Yep, I'm just playing around with that side thing still. Yeah, I don't know if I can fix that.
Despite this, in the years and decades following the event, little if anything was written or seriously investigated from the standpoint of the UFO community. This is an egregious oversight in my opinion. From an investigative standpoint, UFO researchers prefer cases that have corroborative testimony as opposed to a solitary eyewitness testimony. This case purportedly involved hundreds to thousands of eyewitnesses. Investigators also look to any documentation that bolsters the eyewitnesses' statements. We have this in the form of newspaper reports and military documents. What more does the UFO research community want? Photographs. In this case, we may have that as well. However, we shall explore that later in our investigation. If you were to do a cursory search on these sightings with the internet today, inevitably you will find references to the case quoting the local newspaper's write-up of the event. Indeed, this front-page news story serves as the primary historical document chronicling details of the events. The newspaper, Farmington Daily Times, dated Saturday, March the 18th, 1950, had a large article on the case with the prominent headline that would capture anyone's attention: Huge Saucer Armada Jolts Farmington.
I just want to check our live stream. Since there have been some changes, we better just check that we're getting the screen properly.
Dated Saturday, March the 18th, 1950, had a large article on the case with the prominent headline that would capture...
Yeah, they definitely mucked around with that side chat. And we probably can't even scale up the font on it, can we? They haven't even improved it, have they? The writing seems really small on it. So yeah. something we've got to experiment with.
Yeah, and it's relaying now the newspaper release.
Yeah.
The flying saucer invasion of 1950 Farmington, New Mexico and beyond description. In March of 1950, reports of hundreds of flying saucers were reported in broad daylight by thousands of. Despite the typo in the subtitle, "Crafts seen by hundreds," the article in no way loses its impact. Some of the salient points we should mention included the reference to the objects having speeds at 1,000 miles per hour, as well as them operating around 20,000 feet. Further investigation on my part shows that multiple overflights, both solitary objects and groups of objects, occurred during this 3-day period at multiple altitudes, coming from and going to multiple directions. There appears to be no consistency to the various overflights in these respects. The sighting reports in the Farmington Daily Times included descriptions involving silvery discs that appeared to play tag high in the air, and then they were seen to have streaked away at incredible speeds. One eyewitness stated they traveled at a speed that appeared to him to be about 10 times faster than that of jet planes. He also noted the objects frequently made right-angle turns. Other anomalous objects were discussed.
Yeah, now you see, this is 1950, and the witnesses describing things something similar to the Tic Tac in 2004. In 1950, that rules out any kind of man-made technology, black budget technology altogether for me.
Okay.
And it kind of rules out this breakaway civilization that Richard Dolan often talks about, where they have this super duper technology, but they're not using it and they're keeping it under wraps. And so, that rules it out for me. Always has been the case for me.
So silvery objects, was it? Did I hear there?
Well, yeah, they're basically metallic, yeah. I mean, you just got to look at that there. 10 times faster than the speed of jet planes. 1950. You have to ask, don't you?
Yep. So, so what pictures did we have for it? I suppose it's all graphic art with rendering.
That is, yeah. You're better off doing the rest of the text until you get down to the nitty gritty of it, Yeah.
So they kind of look like that one there looks like the Roswell one. Remember the sort of.
I know. Yeah, Paul, we're going to move on to that as well because there's a controversy behind those photographs, you see.
All right.
But I think we need to push on with that one now. Cheers, Paul.
Oh, did I get
Adding to the confusion over the years is the news article itself. Despite documenting the details of 3 days' worth of activity, it does not parse out what occurred on each separate day. Rather, it rolls it all together into one story. This has led some over the years who did reference the case briefly to allude to the fact it occurred only on one day, Friday, March the 17th, 1950. This is not the case. My research has allowed me to break this testimony down to their respective dates and thus paint a true representation of what occurred. What is important regarding the article, from an investigative standpoint, is that the article does mention 13 witnesses by name. Due to the passage of time and based on my research, I have found that only one witness mentioned by name in the 1950 article was still alive to speak about these events. His name is Marlowe Webb, erroneously spelled Marlowe in the newspaper.
Yeah, you see, that's the thing when you investigate, a cold case like that. You're fighting the battle against the Undertaker. I mean,
and old timers.
David Mallers, he's managed to find, somebody there now that's coherent, does remember the case.
Yeah. Although, you'd think, memory changes with time, though.
Well, I don't think his statement has, though.
Mr. Webb, 90 plus.
Yeah.
So, there must have been kids or teens around that time that would have seen it, though. So they might be still alive, their children. So, yeah, they probably could come forward, couldn't they?
The flying saucer invasion of 1950 Farmington,
Here we go again.
New Mexico and beyond description. In March of 1950, reports of hundreds of flying saucers were reported. Mr. Webb is a sharp 90-plus-year-old business owner who still goes to work each day at his very successful family-owned operation in Farmington, NM. A lifelong resident, he has owned and managed multiple businesses and served on numerous committees including the Chamber of Commerce and was also mayor of Farmington in the 1970s. He has been a licensed pilot for decades and was also a naval aviator in World War II. He is an amazing man for his age, whose mental acuity is beyond question for anyone that would meet him. What is intriguing about this man is, not only that he was a witness to the objects that passed over Farmington in March 1950, but that he witnessed them on the first day Thursday, March the 16th. The 3 days of sightings seem to develop with Thursday, March the 16th having 2 overflights, Friday, March the 17th having multiple overflights, and the third and final day, Saturday, March the 18th having subsequent sightings, but with much fewer details. In my personal interviews with Mr. Webb, he conveyed that he was working in the parts department at the Perry Smoke Chevrolet garage on Main Street in Farmington on the morning of Thursday, March the 16th around 11 a.m.
Okay, so it looks like
he's clearly a reliable witness.
Was that a photograph he took?
No, I don't think that was. No, I don't think it was. I don't think he took a photograph. He's never claimed to.
Well, that's the garage then, Christian. Well, looks what. Or
Yeah.
what? Obviously, that's the old ones because it's changed since then. Obviously.
Mm-hmm.
So, hopefully, you can select the right text again. I'll just go up and just check. Looks like it's good. That way, we can skip that problem.
While working inside, he noticed a group of several people standing out near the gas pumps in front of the garage. They were all looking up and pointing into the sky. His curiosity being piqued, he stepped outside with them. He witnessed a group of objects, estimated to be 15 to 20 in number, moving from the east heading west just north of their location. See photo. He added that the objects moved in a tight formation and maneuvered together, making sharp turns at high speed. They had fuzzy outlines and had no discernible color due to their apparent distance. In addition, there was no noise evident. After observing these things for 5 to 10 minutes, the objects disappeared behind a group of trees that were situated behind the garage. Mr. Webb then proceeded back into the garage where he had to resume his job duties. Since then, he has steadfastly maintained over the decades that he doesn't know what he saw and makes no claims otherwise. However, he firmly rejects any suggestion that these objects were simply leaves or other debris blowing in the wind.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's a bit here to it. I think it's selected all, haven't it? Blowing in the wind. I'm going to go from there. Oh. Super switch scroll. Next bit.
Like other witnesses, he stated he was interviewed by government agents on more than one occasion concerning what he observed that day. However, it must be stated that Mr. Webb was in no way intimidated or told not to speak of the event. He has spoken openly about this over the passing decades, as have other witnesses, without any negative repercussions. Unfortunately, conspiracy tales surrounding this event have surfaced. Tales of witnesses being threatened not to speak of the events are completely baseless. Although, there was one instance where a witness was asked by military officials not to participate in an upcoming media interview that was going to discuss the incident. There was also a spurious account that all the local newspapers from Saturday, March the 18th, 1950 were gathered up by government agents to silence the story. They obviously didn't do a good job, since you could readily look these up at the local college library on microfilm for years after the event, or today they are now online. We will explore another baseless claim later when we examine the purported photographic evidence in this case.
Yeah, there we go. See, you know, all these reports of intimidation and stuff, they do happen. But, they're quite a rare beast. Doesn't happen in every UFO case. Do you know what I mean? It's just silly, isn't it?
No Men in Black.
No Men in Black.
Okay.
Disappointing as it may be.
Yep.
Whatever these objects were, they demonstrated sharp maneuverability in formation. They were not haphazard like leaves or other things blowing in the wind. They maintained position relative to one another whilst engaging in sharp maneuvers. As we will see, this was the prelude of things to come. The following day, Friday, March the 17th, the events were as follows. 10:15 a.m., 5 to 9. Sources observed over Main Street, departed to northeast with others reported 45 minutes later west of town. 10:30 a.m., hundreds of objects seen west of town. Farmington Daily Times newspaper article erroneously references 10 a.m.
So were these hundreds of objects all the same size, do you know?
Well, yeah, but we kind of get into that.
Right.
But there was one object that seemed to be the leader of the pack.
Yeah. So it was like saucers and not...
Wow, we're just getting to it now.
Not just a bunch of orbs.
Red object.
Yeah.
.10:30 a.m. Red object observed 10:30 a.m. Two revolving discs seen in the south, having a tussle in the sky. 10:30 a.m. Revolving discs, swooping and swerving and turning like a top. 10:35 a.m. Three objects staged a dogfight in the sky. 11 a.m. Sighting of solitary saucer-shaped object that circled town, came from sun, departed to the NE with sudden burst of speed. 11 a.m. Two metallic UFO seen, smaller UFO moving very fast south to north and a larger one was stationary. 11:15 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. Swarm of hundreds of objects observed, red object seen again, departed to the northeast with sudden burst of speed.
That almost sounds like two different types of alien craft fighting each other.
That's a possibility.
That's what I'm reading there in those lines. Are you going to say we're going to get to that? So I'll carry on.
2 p.m. Silvery object shaped like rectangle with rounded ends seen moving in a westerly direction. 3 p.m. Fleet of hundreds flying in formation from the northeast heading southwest as my research indicates. Other seemingly related events were transpiring over other parts of New Mexico on that Friday. These included 9:15 a.m. Tucumcari, flyover of solitary object as documented in the Tucumcari Daily News dated 3-18-50.
So you always hear about good aliens and bad aliens. Could this be the first instance where the good aliens were trying to stop the bad aliens coming?
Do you know what? Yeah, and nobody was taking any notice.
What do you mean, in the city, or what? Or the government?
Well, the government, yeah. I know that's a blanket statement for the powers that be, but intelligence agencies, yeah, what have you. Project Grudge certainly wasn't taking any notice because they were completely defunct at the time. They weren't doing anything.
Did we miss anyone in the side chat? Hey, Renee, Kenneth Arnold, yep. So it was like 3 years, 3 years after Roswell crash, apparently.
Yeah,
And also,
yeah.
what was
Who
that
is
other
after
guy?
Kenneth Arnold?
What's that other guy that also saw a disc that same time? Well, it wasn't a disc, it was like shaped like a crescent. I forget his
No, that
name.
was Kenneth Arnold.
No, he saw two kinds. Remember we did the Roswell one where he saw the typical silver one, the boomerang one, and he also saw one that was shaped like a horseshoe. You got the flying ring one, and you also got the one that looked like a.
Yeah, I think you're talking about Arnold again.
No. There was another person. Remember, I did it in the previous life. Just can't think of his name. He was a doctor or scientist that took two snapshots. But anyway, it actually showed up. They actually went to interview him on Contact 2019 on that TV show, and they found some old reports because he had died by then. And they found
Okay.
they found two boxes of reports, and then of another UFO crash in, was it New Mexico? So they went to investigate the area. I don't know if you watched the series. The series was pretty bad.
You're not talking about the Aztec crash, are you?
No, I can't remember what his name is.
1948.
I thought you'd be able to pull his name straight up because, like I said, I forget names. But it was on that live that we did where I was doing comparison to his photographs to the Roswell UFO.
Yeah, well, the thing is, the Roswell UFO, there's no evidence of any shape or size of anything that crashed at Roswell. It was smashed into a million pieces, basically.
Well, apparently,
At least
but
the first crash site was. The second one, which is an FBI document, that was hexagonal shaped.
let's see.
But,
I might be able to find it here actually.
well, I don't. You need to go too far off the map. There's a lot to get through, Paul.
Yeah. I'll just see if I can remember what the guy's name was. Roswell Rock. The memo was quite interesting, though. I still think the word disc is in the memo there on the Rami memo. So that kind of suggests what crashed was a disc shape.
Well, that's what they announced as well.
Yeah, I know. Metamaterials, Kenneth Arnold and William Rhodes. There you go. So it's live.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not really sure about his testimony, to be honest.
So we did a comparison between his pictures and the UFO descriptions, or the models of Roswell. So we reckon that people got Rhodes' design for the Roswell crash because they thought it was the same craft. And of course, you can buy models of that funny shaped craft. I'll just copy it there, just for recap anyway.
Yeah, sure. Leave it to people, yeah.
Because I think it's all related, you see. We're talking about very similar period of time. Roswell and Rhodes. Anyway, the Contact show, they went to visit him, and they talked to his son or nephew or something like that. And he said that he had died, but they had boxes and boxes of his UFO reports. Because after his sighting, he did more UFO research. And one of them was a covered-up UFO crash that wasn't too well known. And on the spot, they found it was like fenced-off government property, and it had like this strange dam there, but no water. Yeah, I'm not sure if you've seen that particular episode, but go and check it out anyway.
No, the only thing is, Paul, I'm not really sure how much credence the UFO community gives to that Rhodes guy,
Yeah, but we did go over it in that thing here anyway.
Okay.
So people can go and check it out. Mm-hmm. I thought it was quite interesting myself, if you don't think so. But did we read out that bit? I'm not sure if we did.
The Flying Saucer Invasion of 1950
don't tell me.
Farmington,
Yeah, we
New
have.
Mexico and
We have.
beyond description.
No.
In March of
It
1950,
selected the wrong
reports
bit
of
again.
hundreds of flying saucers were
We
reported
don't
in
need that
broad
many
daylight
reports.
by thousands of eyewitnesses.
I should have scrolled up.
3 p.m. to 3:15 p.m. Kirtland of Min Albuquerque. 3 objects observed by military witnesses, 1 captain and 3 tech sergeants, that were seen to disappear to the north/northeast as documented in Air Force Project Blue Book files. 4:45 p.m. Albuquerque, 3 boys witness silver object move VTW afternoon time. Las Vegas, NM, flyover of multiple object S afternoon time. Tucumcari, flyover of multiple objects with red object observed as reported in the Portales Daily News dated 3-17-50.
Yeah, so David's joined us.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining us,
Okay.
David. And yeah, it doesn't hurt to read out the title every so often, though, Robert. So there's no harm done, because we've got
No,
people
no.
joining us all the time, you see. But I'll just check this next bit. For some reason, it seems to want to select the whole page when you go up too fast. There we go. Yeah, so Google's done some changes to the chat window, so the font and the sizing is too big now, and the font is smaller. So if you're wondering why it's sort of clipped off the edge, it's not made for my size gap there anymore. So I have to think about what I'm going to do next to fix that. So more plain.
Yeah, so now we're getting on to this red object that seemed to be leading
Yeah.
the Armada. if you
So
like.
there's a red object, and I think I heard that there's a report of 2 silvery objects following behind.
Well, sometimes tens, dozens of them, sometimes hundreds of them.
And they seem to be fighting each other, a dogfight, someone said. So
Either that or they're showing off.
Of particular note, in this last instance, is the reference to one red object in the formation of other objects. This was also documented at 10:30 a.m. and 11:15 a.m. in Farmington, as the reader may have already noted. Numerous observers claimed they witnessed what some called a red leader amongst the group of otherwise silvery objects. This characteristic was a distinctive point many witnesses emphasized in their reporting. One such witness was Mr. Clayton Body, who was the business manager for the Farmington Daily Times in March 1950. He is quoted in a news article of March the 18th, 1950 as stating he was walking down Broadway Street when, all of a sudden, I noticed a few moving objects high in the sky. Moments later there appeared what seemed to be about 500 of them. In later interviews, he specifically addressed the aspect of the red leader.
Almost sounds like Star Wars.
Yeah, I mean exactly. I mean, it's not something that happens every day, is it?
No. So that's Clayton.
It's Clayton Body, yeah.
Just scroll down a bit. Thanks
me.
for clicking likes there, guys. I know there's been a few technical pitches tonight, because the software is never static and they're always changing things. I think it's selected. Yep. Okay. Read that bit out.
The late UFO researcher, Dr. James McDonald, who was an atmospheric physicist for the University of Arizona in Tucson, was the rare exception as far as researchers who delved into this case, albeit years later. He took the time to call witnesses by phone and record some of the interviews in the late 1960s. After his death, all of his UFO files were preserved and made available to the public at the University of Arizona in Tucson, where he taught previously. I journeyed there on August the 28th, 2015 to examine what he had collected specific to this case. To my knowledge, no one had ever accessed his material to look specifically at this case file. It should be noted that prior to me visiting the James McDonald collection, we only had 13 witnesses in Farmington mentioned by name in the newspaper articles from the time. After reviewing and copying all his notes, I discovered 17 additional eyewitness names. Many of these new witnesses had accompanying interview notes thanks to the diligent efforts of Dr. McDonald.
And there he is now.
There he is, yes, indeed. You have to understand now. This is David Marler now has gone through these notes, and he's found these extra witnesses, but he can't interview them because they've all passed away, unfortunately.
Right.
But the tapes are still invaluable.
Yeah.
So there was plenty of witnesses, and I'll say it again: opportunity lost.
Yep. 1950s seemed to be the hotbed of these UFO sightings, eh? It sort of calmed down.
1950, big year. That was a massive year, 1954. But all the way through the late 40s and the 50s, to be honest.
Yeah, and then it sort of died away differently, the sightings. Because that was the time of mostly daylight sightings of silvery craft, and now you're lucky to see them, apart from specks of light in the sky, which could be, anything like weather balloons, planes, and whatnot. Because there wasn't that much flying around back in those days too, as well, like the airplanes that we got now. So it's got more complicated. The technology's improved, but there's more stuff flying in the air that sort of clouds the UFO stuff.
Absolutely,
doesn't it?
Yeah, middies the waters.
I think it's selected. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just read. Oh, what's happened there? Is it still selected? No, it's not. Wrap back. I think it's right. Yep. Okay.
One such interview was conducted with Clayton Body on January the 9th, 1968. Body related to MacDonald that one particular group of objects were 20 to 30 in number. One red object was seen to be leading them. The attendant objects were silvery in color. They were observed to be flying in a tight formation, but not a V formation as such. The objects in general were described by Body as substantial objects that were observed for 3 to 4 minutes along with additional witnesses who were named in the newspaper. He emphasized they were not leaves or cotton blowing in the wind as many later tried to use as an explanation. Other witnesses related similar accounts with the red leader being larger and faster than the other objects. Dr. MacDonald interviewed Mr. Marlowe Webb back on January the 9th, 1968 as well. It should be noted that, upon reviewing the audio recording of that interview, I was impressed that Mr. Webb's testimony did not change in any significant way when compared to my interviews with him starting in September 2014. Despite the passage of time, 46 years, and his progressing age, his testimony was consistent. Something that should be noted. Another living witness I had the pleasure of contacting through the assistance of fellow UFO researcher, Scott Ramsey, was Mr. Virgil Riggs. Unlike the previous witnesses mentioned, Mr. Riggs was a young boy in the year 1950. In addition, he was not in Farmington, NM. In fact, he was an 8-year-old boy attending 3rd grade at Aztec Elementary School in Aztec, NM, which lies roughly 13 miles to the northeast of Farmington.
Okay, a couple of things to clear it here is, one, the witness testimony didn't change that much over that many years, 46 years, and his witness testimony more or less the same. When you see something like that, I think it's imprinted in your memory, it's not likely to change too much. Another thing, Scott Ramsey, that was mentioned there, was the one who investigated the Aztec crash, and he apparently spent more than $10,000 of his own money investigating that alleged crash at Aztec. And he wrote a book, but he certainly wouldn't have made his money back on that. So not everyone that writes a book is a fraud. Take that into account.
Maybe not back then, but today it's about money.
Only with some, Paul.
What's all those dots? Oh, right. We'll get to that.
That's what he's seen.
Right. Very strange. That's a very strange case, this one.
Mr. Riggs vividly remembers seeing mysterious objects in the skies over his playground on 3 consecutive days in March 1950. As he relates, the first day, there were a few, the second day there were too many to count, and the third day, there were maybe 30 or 40 of them left. He further described the objects as dots that were seen to be flying in formations. In fact, on the second day he relates that the objects stretched across the sky from horizon to horizon. They resembled a quilt pattern and were lined up like a series of double 6 dominoes.
Okay.
Yeah. So what do you make of that?
I don't know. Kind of strange, isn't it? Perfect symmetry, if that's the case. But then we haven't got a picture or anything like that. Just got his memory of what it was. So that counts out birds or anything like that, or balloons, because they wouldn't be flying in formation like that.
Mm-hmm.
But it can't discount planes, of course. But then there's a lot of planes, especially in close proximity. I mean, so very risky. So representing information objects directed by. Okay, we'll just read out that. There's quite a lot to this one, isn't there? Did we get it all?
Yeah, well.
Within the various formations, though, he noted that individual objects would randomly fly out of one formation and then fly into another formation. Once there, it seemed as though it would push out an existing object which would then fly to another formation and so on. This pattern of activity would be seen to repeat itself over and over as a series of formations flew overhead. He quipped that, after 3 days of seeing these objects at various times when at recess, he and his fellow students were disappointed when they eventually never returned. As he stated, "We thought it was pretty cool. There is much more testimony and details that I have gathered that cannot be related here due to space limitations. Suffice it to say, there is no shortage of eyewitness testimony in this case. But now that we've had a small sampling of eyewitness testimony, the question remains, what is the official word regarding all of this on the part of the United States Air Force? After all, they were already engaged in their investigation of the UFO subject since 1947. What were their conclusions? It may come as no surprise to those who have followed the history of the United States Air Force's investigation into UFOs that nothing significant was concluded regarding the Farmington incident. Certainly, the explanations they concocted for many classic flying saucer episodes defied logic and the facts in many cases. What is a surprise is that, upon a cursory review of Project Grudge files, there is no reference to Farmington, NM in March of 1950 whatsoever. When one examines the tally sheet of sightings that month, there is no indication of anything occurring over Farmington, NM in the way of UFO activity.
Yeah, so there we go. You know, confirm what I was saying there.
We're running.
Judge never made an effort whatsoever.
We're running out of 20 minutes. I'm not sure if it read it all. Where did we get to?
No, don't go anywhere near.
Where did we get to on that though? I wasn't paying attention. I was listening to it. We'll start from that one there again. There's much testimony. I have to use the American voice now, though. So.
Yeah.
It was a big page, though.
It's a big page, yeah, but it's
there is much more testimony and details that I have gathered that cannot be related here due to space limitations. Suffice it to say, there is no shortage of eyewitness testimony in this case. But now that we have had a small sampling of eyewitness testimony, the question remains, what is the official word regarding all of this on the part of the United States Air Force? After all, they were already engaged in their investigation of the UFO subject since 1947. What were their conclusions? It may come as no surprise to those who have followed the history of the United States Air Force's investigation into UFOs that nothing significant was concluded regarding the Farmington incident. Certainly, the explanations they concocted for many classic flying saucer episodes defied logic and the facts in many cases. What is a surprise is that, upon a cursory review of Project Grudge files, there is no reference to Farmington, NM in March of 1950 whatsoever. When one examines the tally sheet of sightings that month, there is no indication of anything occurring over Farmington, NM in the way of UFO activity. Strange considering the inordinate volume of objects observed by numerous witnesses.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so let's have a look at this document now. And I think you'll find, okay, right, that looks like the Grudge, or the Blue Book files. Okay, scroll down, Paul.
Well, that's the whole image.
Yeah, it's not there, is it?
The date. How's it work?
No, it's, hey mate, that's the whole point. It's not there. They've somehow overlooked it.
What's these numbers here?
That's case numbers, I think. Yeah.
I don't think there's anything for Farmington at all there.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, if you go down, please.
Project Grudge. What a name. What was the name referring to there? Do you know?
A lot of people think it was a grudge that they had to actually continue the project from Project Sign originally. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Thought it might have some
Because
sort of meaning.
Project Sign came to a very conclusive conclusion, which didn't go down well.
Right.
USAF Project Grudge March 1950 UFO sightings tally sheet. However, as I continue to dig further into their declassified files, I came across Air Force Office of Special Investigations, AFOSI, spot intelligence reports, dated April 25, 1950 that references two sightings over Farmington, NM on Thursday, March 16, 1950. Witnesses are quoted regarding their separate sightings of flying discs that were silver in color seen over Farmington around 10 a.m. and 11 a.m. that day. One of these was in reference to the sighting of Marlowe Webb at the Perry Smoke Garage that morning.
Okay.
Yeah. So OSI again. Remember, we came up with this in last Saturday, didn't we? They never missed anything. They investigated everything. And well, what Blue Book didn't get, they got. That's for sure. I think they were getting the best ones. And they totally covered them up. I mean, these have only come out through fire.
Yep.
So you can see it was taken seriously.
10 a.m. So what's that one? Still a wee bit hard to read it.
It will be.
And you can see still stuff that's censored.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, anything redacted, anything that's got to do with witnesses, you can see that it's a Mister. They can't use names, can they? Because people can track them down.
Yeah,
blah, blah,
probably a street address or something as well too.
Yeah, they can't do that either. Or telephone numbers.
Yeah.
I know we didn't have email addresses then, but if we did have them, then that would be blacked out as well.
So this one is a flat spherical. Oh, the other one said oval.
Well, I think it's saying spheroid, isn't it? Which is basically a flying disc.
Yeah, it's just another way of saying the same thing, isn't it?
Yeah, of course.
Oval and oblong. You think they would have like a standard thing to call it by, but I suppose that's what the witness said, I suppose. So, let's read out the
No, I
rest.
think it's fairly obvious they weren't balloons, were they?
No, not if it's flat and a disc. Certainly not. Can't be weather balloons. But yeah, that guy's seen a whole, like a football field of them in perfect alignment and then flopping in and out, which doesn't make sense whatsoever, does it? Why would they be doing that? If
As UFOs rarely make sense.
Yeah, kind of weird. Why would a UFO drop out of formation and flop back in? Kind of weird. But this almost sounds like an invasion of UFOs, yeah, doesn't it? But then again, he was the only witness to it. There was no other witness that can back up what he's saying. That's the only problem.
Oh, I don't know. Multiple people seen multiple UFOs, so I think we've got a general idea.
Oh, who we got down the side here? Just a quick look. How's it going? Yep, I'm in New Zealand too. Robert's in UK. Whereabouts in New Zealand are you? I'm in Christchurch. How'd you say your name? A said S, what is it? X. A said 6. Yeah, so we'll read out the next bits as well.
These documents, though short on details, to substantiate the fact the United States Air Force was aware of UFO sightings over Farmington in March 1950 at least by April 25 of that year. It also corroborates other references to sightings on that first day of March 16. Despite the lack of detailed information in their files, the United States Air Force was not hesitant to offer an explanation for the Farmington, NM sightings. This would come in the way of Dr. Donald Menzel, Harvard astronomer and voice piece for the Air Force during their earlier UFO investigations. Regardless of the man's intellect and standing in the scientific community, his explanation defies both logic and common sense. In other words, it has all the hallmarks of an officially sanctioned Air Force explanation for office.
He's definitely got to be a German guy though, isn't he? Menzel.
Well, no, he was American born.
No.
But I tell you what, he was a complete comedian when it came to UFO explanations.
You mean is
he was he was totally in the swamp gas ball lightning camp, for every damn thing. Yeah. Okay, yeah, there we go. I don't have much time for Menzel personally.
Are you don't want to read out?
Yeah, sure.
In a nutshell, Menzel proposed the explanation for the Farmington saucer armada as fragments of a ruptured high-altitude United States Navy skyhook balloon. According to Menzel, a skyhook balloon was launched from Hollow Man AFB on the morning of Friday, March 17, which eventually drifted over Farmington and ascended into the upper atmosphere where it eventually ruptured. This created a shower of balloon fragments that glistened in the sky and blew in the air. These were erroneously identified as flying saucers by townspeople who just happened to witness this spectacle on St. Patrick's Day. I think you can gather the subtext of this statement, viz. Drunk eyewitnesses. This was the source of the Farmington UFO sightings in March 1950. It sounds like a plausible explanation on the face of it. However, the balloon fragment explanation flies in the face of simple facts.
That sounds like a Roswell quote almost, doesn't it, to the balloon fragments from Skyhook? So what's...
Well, Skyhook wasn't around in 1947, you see. Okay. But it did carry a big, heavy payload. But Menzel's explanation for that is absolutely nothing short of pathetic, to be honest.
I'm just going to say here we had looked at remote viewing in other cases. So go and check it out. Oh, what's happening there?
Oh, never mind.
reaching over to the keyboard. Yes, so yeah. We're not too sold on remote viewing, are we, Robert?
Nah, not too sold as yet. But
I think it's like it has like a general concept to it, like the shape of things, and that it's a boat they're looking at with so many windows, that sort of thing. It's sort of very general. It's like a patent, where it's like a block diagram. So remote viewing is not really, from what I've seen, exact details. Like this guy's name is so and so, and he lives down so and so street. It's not that sort of detail for remote viewing. It's sort of like a scene.
That's true.
The scene, like,
otherwise,
the scene
all
images.
remote viewers. Sorry, Paul. Didn't mean to talk over you.
That's right.
But all remote viewers, would have won the lottery, wouldn't they?
Yes, exactly. It's like they see shapes and objects, which is quite interesting. That it's sort of, you couldn't discount it. I can see why the American military were interested in it. Maybe it got superseded because they got spy satellites now. So, but maybe they were using it for a while and it was okay, sort of give them an idea what's going there and send in maybe some sort of plane over top to photograph it or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, the most interesting one we did, I think, so far has been that Russian case. So what's it called now? Daylov Pass incident?
The Datlov Pass.
Yeah. So go and check out that one if you've not watched it, if you're new to the channel. That was quite a good one, I thought we did there.
Yeah.
What else did we use it for recently? We were talking about something else. Oh yeah.
But remote viewing in general, that there's no doubt that it's believed at least there's something to it, because we know for sure that the Russians have spent millions of pounds investing in it. We know for sure the CIA have spent millions of pounds, if not more, looking at this phenomena, if you want to call it that.
I think it comes down to...
there's no way you can discount it.
I think there's a few unique individuals that can just do it snap, and the other ones seem to be all over the place. So they're sort of roughly right, but not identically right. Because the one we looked at was about bird of prey on last Sunday live. I don't think you were with me on that one. I'm not too sure. Okay. No, you weren't. But she was talking about firing laser beams everywhere. Well, that didn't actually happen because it would have been on film. So, is remote viewing looking maybe in the future and they got the wrong timeline? It's possible. Or maybe it's totally wrong, what do you call it, imagery that she got. So it's hard to know.
Yeah, I'm just fairly certain, Paul, they wouldn't invest. These agencies would not have invested so much money if there was nothing to it.
Oh, it's definitely got to be something to it. It's all that spooky action at a distance stuff. So, yep. Farsight, yeah. Yeah, we looked over it. It was part of the debunk I did on what the bird of prey actually was, and I think maybe it doesn't discount what they got, because they may have been picking up other stuff in the same area of space which wasn't related to what actually was. When I best to go and watch the live stream that I did, but we'll carry on with this one, which is quite interesting UFO case.
Yeah, just before you go, if you've got 50 people, 50 remote viewers, and you're looking for a person, and maybe 35 of those people say they're come out with a wooded area, for example, a forest, something like that, then maybe you've got an idea where that person is.
Yeah, it's a bit
Only
like
an idea.
Yeah, it's a bit like quantum computers, right? When it runs the result's not necessarily the best result. So they've got to run at least a dozen times and then choose the one that's the most common result. Because it can pop out the second best mathematical result on the third one, fourth one. So they've got to run it lots of times, but because it's so fast, it doesn't really matter. So they can run the same calculation. Crazy. I'm not sure if I was going to talk about this coming Sunday, which is Monday for New Zealand. But
I mean, we don't know, but maybe they found Bin Laden.
Yeah,
by remote viewing.
Google apparently have invented a new quantum computer that can do a calculation in 10 minutes or something, which would take a normal supercomputer 10,000 years or something to do. So that's the latest news headline that's come out recently.
Yeah, I mean, I read about that before, but damned if I could get my head around it. Quantum computing. Ooh.
I did a live stream on it if you want to go and watch it. It seems that they don't know how it works either. They just know it's like mathematical theory, and they just know it works like three-dimensionally, and it pops out an answer, and they have to run it several times just to make sure the right answer is correct. So yeah, they said it's not going to replace normal computers, the quantum computer. It's really a specialized tool to really to do really advanced 3D modeling and mathematics, that sort of thing. So it might be like
put it this way: we're not going to have one sitting on our lap, are we?
Well, we might have. It might start off as a video card that you have on your laptop or whatever, desktop. And it will be like it can do super fast 3D calculations for gaming. It'll probably be something like that comes out first. But it'll be like working in parallel or like a co-processor on your normal CPU. Because quantum computers are no good for playing silly stuff like watching videos on your laptop or doing email. It's no good for that sort of stuff. So you need a regular computer to do that. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it develops anyway. But I did do a live stream. I'm not sure which one it was now, but going back on explaining how quantum computers work. So you can search here with the little thing next to the about box. Quantum computers. I'm not sure a computer will narrow it down, but we'll see. Here we go. Live 133, is it? Quantum computers. What is it and how they work? So it's this one here. We do cover a lot of topics on my channel, not just UFO stuff. But I normally do that on Sundays and maybe midweek ones. So we just sort of break it out, keep it more interesting, because everything relates to technology and also the UFO field in one aspect. So yeah, quantum. Alright. Won't type too much there because I can't see. So we better carry on with this case. Did you want to say anything else about the case before we move on?
Not at this point, no.
Yeah, quantum computers will break encryption. That's the problem. Because normally you use brute force and thing, which goes through all the different combinations. In a quantum computer, instead of it taking 100 years or 1,000 years, we'll be able to break it within a matter of minutes, probably. Especially as they get faster and faster and add more qubits to it, which was talked about in the episode I did. Complicated stuff if you're not technically minded or as it's way above your head, you probably won't want to watch that episode, but there is multiple topics in every live stream, so you can skip what parts that you're not interested in.
First, this only explains sightings over Farmington on Friday, March 17th, the second day. What about the previous day of sightings that are documented as well as the day after? One of which, the day before on March 16th, we have the Air Force's own documentation to support it occurred. Were the citizens of Farmington drinking a day earlier in order to rush in the St. Patrick's Day holiday? Second, as thoroughly researched by Dr. James McDonald years later, there appeared to be no documented skyhook balloon launches around this time frame. In fact, a man by the name of Henry Dembowski, who reviewed the Office of Naval Research, ONR, files for that time period for McDonald, concluded as noted in McDonald's own notes. No skyhook flights anywhere in country on 3/17 or 3/18, 1950. Nearest flight in time was released from Minnesota and terminated over Michigan. Clearly then, a skyhook balloon cannot be entertained as a plausible explanation in this case.
So we probably need to...
Yeah, so, well, there we go. See, Menzel has not only deceived, he's flat out lied.
Yeah.
There was no skyhook balloon launched.
Yeah, so that does sort of change it, doesn't it?
Yeah, hey, I mean, look, the skyhook balloon done multiple things. Paul, I don't know if we have time to go into it. Yeah, we probably have.
I'm just going to bring up a picture of one, hopefully.
Yeah, well, it carried a hell of a payload, you know.
I think it looks like a high-altitude balloon anyway. It's kind of a long, droopy thing.
Yeah, well, it would have been a balloon array, I would imagine. But it carried, a couple £100 worth of equipment at least.
I'm not sure what's going on here. Looks like it's having trouble with the internet there.
Oh, don't have that now.
I will just switch proxies again. There we go. I think what people get on and start downloading via the VPNs, and it slows it right down. So that probably confused it because I switched switched VPNs because I run it. Here we go. Here's a picture of one, and they're quite long, and I'm not sure what they're made of. Rubber and latex.
Neoprene.
Yeah, I think it probably says in the thing here. They're launching it from a boat there, is it? But they go up to...
Oh, they were high altitude.
70,000 feet, which is quite high. Considering most modern jets go to 38
go
feet.
too high, they start freezing over. Then, it cracks and boom, splits down the cam.
Yeah, and that's where the fragments come into it. But, yeah, just carry on here. To those that are joining us, new to the channel, my name's Paul, and that's Robert from the UK up the top there. I don't have my face on cam, because there's enough going on my laptop as it is. So, next bit was further down. So do we need to keep reading out more of what he's saying here? Because it does seem far-fetched.
We must also pause to reflect on what else was going on at the time beyond just Farmington and other parts of New Mexico. In my review of this case and related historical newspaper accounts, I was amazed at the volume of UFO sightings that were occurring prior to, during, and after the incident. In fact, as you will see, a wave of UFO sightings was gripping the southwest portion of the United States as well as Mexico. Most of these were mass eyewitness occurrences involving, again, multiple UFOs seen in broad daylight. Again, They are too numerous to discuss them all here, but we will review a few. The United States certainly had no monopoly on flying saucers in March 1950 or for that matter prior to that time. But between the southwest portion of the United States and Mexico,
where did we get to there?
the following cities had overflights of saucers: Farmington, Eunice, Las Vegas, Tucumcari, Santa Fe, Albuquerque, and Los Alamos, all in New Mexico, Durango and Pikes Peak, in Colorado, Abilene, Dallas, and Brownsville, in Texas, in addition to Monterrey and Mexico City in Mexico. These are just some of the reported areas of activity to note.
Yeah, you see, this wasn't exactly an isolated incident, was it?
No, it's a wave.
There was just no answer to it, to be honest, apart from, if Donald Menzel's best explanation for that was, oh God, it's embarrassing, to be honest. They just had no answer for it. They just wanted it to go away.
Yes. A fleet of UFOs go away. Sounds a bit like the Nimitz, doesn't it? Where they talked about 100 UFOs in the sky. Well, Kevin Day said no one else saw them, though, from what I understand. But yeah, it doesn't mean they did. If they got cloaking, right? So doesn't mean you're going to see the objects.
1,000 people aboard those two ships,
Yeah, you're sort of breaking up there, because I think there's a little bit of a time lag between us at the moment. But yeah, like if they got cloaking technology and makes it invisible to the human eye, but not radar, of course Kevin Day's going to see it. No one else is going to see hundreds of them passing over top. So that sort of makes sense. And of course, like our technology progresses, and how many years we're talking about? 50 plus years, right? Their technology on UFOs should technically improve as well. If they figured out how to get here.
Just call it 70 years since 1950, yeah.
Yeah, but if they figured out how to get here in another 70 years, their technology will jump as well. And they probably have better craft.
In the same cars, Paul.
Yeah. Built on the basic concept of design of the engine, right? The UFO would be the same, and just maybe better cloaking technology or radar visibility, and maybe even faster speed. And of course, different materials probably too, meta materials, rather than using silver. They might just, might be why they're using black now. What's happening there?
Even better materials, that enables them to drop from 28,000 feet to just over the water.
Yeah.
And was it 7.078 of a second? Good God.
0.774.
It ain't human.
0.8 of a second. But that's only Kevin Day's word. I'm actually going to go over that on Sunday. I'm going to talk about the calculations and G-forces, so I'll be covering that on Sunday evening for those in America, plus a lot of other things too.
Nothing could survive that anyway. No living being could survive that. Anything organic could not survive that.
Yeah, I'll go over it so people can understand how the calculations work, but I've actually got a G-force calculator that I'm going to show as well, and I'll share it to make it easy for people. I'm not sure how good on mathematics you are, but when I see mathematics now, I sort of go, eh.
Oh, yeah.
As early as March 8, 1950, reports were coming in from Mexico of flying saucer sightings. The El Paso Herald-Post ran a story that day titled, "2 More Flying Discs Sighted Over Mexico." It recounted 2 flying saucer reports, one from Durango and one from Guadalajara. Of note in the article, it states, it was the 3rd time within a week that the strange objects were reported. Mexico City had its share of flying saucers on Monday, March 13th, according to the March 14th.
It's pausing there.
1950 edition of the San Mateo Times, California. The article starts by stating, trained aircraft observers and meteorologists confirmed reports today of hundreds of persons who said they saw 4 flying saucers yesterday over the city and 1 at Monterey, 350 miles north.
They're all over the place, aren't they?
Yeah.
So what's going on with so many UFOs flying over here? So did anyone see fighter jets up in the air near these objects at all, do you know? Because we haven't heard anything like that where the Air Force was chasing them.
I'm not sure you discern.
Did they pick them up on radar at all, these objects? Because we probably don't know any information like that because they probably keep it to themselves.
Well, David Maller's done a good job of this, but we need to get through the article.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot here to read.
There is indeed, yeah. We can always do the second case another time, Paul.
Coincidentally, on that same date, a flying saucer sighting occurred back in New Mexico in the southeast corner of the state. A couple reportedly witnessed a red flying disc described as a solid red revolving circle at 10 p.m. according to the Santa Fe New Mexican dated March 14th. The silent, low-flying object moved slowly over the town of Eunice heading east before quickly turning to the north and accelerating at a blistering speed until it disappeared. Was this the red leader that Farmington and Tucumcari residents would see and report later that same week? Regardless, it demonstrates that UFOs were being seen on the same dates in both Mexico and the United States.
So you reckon we can skip some of this or what?
Not really. I don't think we should skip.
I think our reader's going to run out soon, but
well,
okay,
I'll do it myself then.
Your dog's not gone out for a walk yet, has he?
Don't mention the dog.
I can hear a whistle nose in the background.
Yeah, he normally goes in about an hour's time.
Mm-hmm.
Another example of this is Thursday, March 16th. Remember, this was the first day of UFO activity over Farmington that week, which included Marlo Webb's sighting. Mexico City again was seeing UFOs. But this time, they were filming them. The San Antonio Express dated March 17th recounted the report of a solitary saucer that hovered over the city. The article stated, hundreds of persons saw a saucer hover at high altitude over the central airport at noon before whizzing out of sight at high speed. The article continues by stating that 16mm film footage was shot of the object, but that nothing would be known until the film was developed. To my knowledge, no follow-up on this was ever recorded in the papers. The last portion of the article added, it was the 3rd time in 4 days that saucers had been sighted over Mexico City. No surprise. After this incident played out in Mexico, a potentially life-threatening episode occurred over Dallas, Texas on Friday, March 17th, the big day in Farmington, involving a flying disc, as reported in the March 18th edition of the Lubbock Morning Avalanche. What today we would call a near miss, some would more accurately call it a near hit, incident was witnessed by a chief petty officer at the Dallas Naval Air Station.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now,
don't forget at this point, anyone who's listening, this is David Marler's investigation. David Marler was the guy who wrote the book Triangular UFOs, and he's a very credible researcher, and he's done a fantastic job on this case.
Was it not stick to? Have we got it? Oh, There we go. It's doing that thing again.
Oh no.
Yeah. Take it from the top. Let me know it's working.
The same day of the 17th, flying saucers seemed to be on the increase over Texas and Mexico as well as Farmington. This is evidenced by the front page banner headline in the Brownsville Herald newspaper of Sunday, March 19th.
Here it pauses.
Flying saucers sighted over Brownsville. More IN Southwest. It also had the subtitled article, Still More Saucers. 50 persons report discs over New Mexico, Cuba, Mexico also. The newspaper, whilst dealing with other UFO-related reports, focuses on a local sighting witnessed by a fruit store owner and airline pilot, Armada Torres. Torres and a number of school children witnessed three shiny, silver, round-shaped objects in the sky around 12:45 p.m. on Friday the 17th, all moving with a tremendous revolving speed. Two objects were observed moving to the south and one to the southwest, which would have put them all headed towards Mexico, since Brownsville is a border town.
Revolving. Interesting.
So they're spinning. Tops. But why would a UFO spin? And I reckon it's to do with how they move through the air myself.
Anti-gravity.
No, it's the way that moves through the air. So if it's spinning, it's creating a vortex, right, above it, like a tornado, which creates a hole in the atmosphere. So you ain't got the wind.
Yeah, so it's pushing the air out.
It's pushing the air out that it's traveling in, so it doesn't have that
Absolutely.
wind. Doesn't have the wind resistance. So yeah, I was going to talk about that in the weekend too, but on Sunday. But that person, what's his name? Scheisberger. What's his first name? Victor. He is the one that was mucking around with the vortexes with German breathing down his neck, which he was using like water steam to do it. Hovering this prototype he had spinning around, creating like a tornado, which sort of sucked it up into it like a tornado would do. It would suck you upwards, which is quite an interesting idea about how to get sort of anti-gravity effect if you can create like a suction in the atmosphere. So yeah, just read out the next bit. The thing is, you probably can't counteract gravity. What you can do is you probably can reduce your friction and you can reduce the weight of the craft, which is what I suggested on Tesla's research. And of course, you've got ceramics sort of float up when they're super cooled. So if you can reduce the mass of an object, it becomes light as a balloon, right? And if it's spinning around creating a vortex, it's going to go really fast. Well, I think it's possible that you just have to think outside the box in science rather than everybody's talking about...
Yeah, but imagine a civilization that's maybe 1,000 years ahead, maybe 100,000 years ahead.
Yeah.
You know, their physics is going to be different, and then all of a sudden you get a different ball game.
Well, they might have different materials from what part of the universe they come from, which allows allowed them to discover how to counteract gravity or
developing it in a zero gravity environment. That would make a difference to the materials itself.
Yeah. So we'll just read out the next bit. Oh, it's getting slower, I think.
Now that we have established that flying saucer reports were prevalent in Mexico as well as the southwestern portion of the United States in March of 1950, let us discuss one last item pertinent to our investigation: photographs. With the vast number of witnesses to these events discussed, it seems logical that someone somewhere may have snapped a photo or two of these elusive aerial objects. Correct?
That must be it.
Until recently, no reference was ever made to possible photographs tied to this case. But as already mentioned, no serious level of investigation had been done on this case with the exception of the work done by Dr. James McDonald. But, on October 11, 2013, things changed. The Arizona-based UFO investigative/research organization, Open Minds, posted a story revolving around a photograph from the late Wendell Stevens photo collection. The black and white photograph has a backdrop of clouds with a number of circular objects of varying size apparently in the foreground.
Wow.
Yeah, okay. Okay. It's controversial, less. 30 seconds, Paul. I'll be back.
Okay. So they definitely look like flying saucer, that one does anyway. You can see the dome on top. But that means they're flying on this side, wouldn't it? If it's angled towards them. The sun's behind, obviously, down here. Coming down from that cloud, heading up that way. And it doesn't look like it's got motion blur though. But we're talking about camera footage here, rather than digital camera. So I'm not too sure about the old cameras. So Robert's gone away to toilet. Black and white photograph has a background. So we'll just read out the next bit then.
On the back of this photograph is handwritten, 18th of March, 1950, 10:15 Farmington, New Mexico. At the bottom right corner is the additional notation, B&W NIGS number 20. Wendell, who was a well-known UFO researcher, passed away on September 7, 2010, but the question of how Wendell came upon this photograph is answered by him in a 1996 VHS UFO documentary series entitled, From Beyond. On the videotape episode entitled, UFO Sightings, Photographic Evidence, Wendell gives the details. After describing the UFO incident over Farmington, NM in March 1950, Wendell states, one picture escaped collection by the military people that went there and canvassed the houses. They took all the pictures. They took cameras. But somebody had, in town, left town after taking the photographs and took one to Durango, Colorado, where he turned it into the Durango paper. And Durango published this one photograph, which shows about 7 or 8 of the objects in the sky and 5 of them in a loose formation at lower level and 4 or 5 at higher levels beyond it.
5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah, and see, this is where the controversy comes in now. Previous witnesses mentioned no intimidation, and this guy reckons, everything was confiscated there. It just sounds like, I don't know.
But maybe he's the only one that took a photograph, though. Alright.
I'm going to say it, but I'm going to get to that, Paul.
Yeah, it could be even fabricated, though. It's a bit hard to tell.
Yeah,
it could be.
I thought you'd enjoy this, but don't spend too long on this one.
Well, my thought here, it looks like it's got some holes in the middle here, and that looks like some buttons that I've seen in Mum's collection. See here, we got 1, 2, 3 holes, maybe 4 there, which is typical for a button.
Yeah, that's the first thing that I thought.
Did you now? So you're becoming a debunker.
Oh, God help me.
Well, you're doomed. You're going to end up like me. So that looks to me like it could easily be faked. And because, as I was saying while you're away, it's very odd that these saucers would be flying sideways when you took the picture, rather than like Classic Mexican hat side, with the flat bit here and then a bob on the top, right? And of course, that doesn't look like it's underneath the craft. It looks more like the top of the craft, so it's flipped over. So yeah, there's a couple things there I find suspicious. Of course, there was a guy in South America that actually did have washers and buttons, and he did actually have them on a glass table, and he fooled quite a few people with it, including, what's his name, Jaime Maussan, the journalist down there. So, need to read out the next bit here, I guess.
Before analyzing these statements, let me be very clear in stating that I am of the conviction Wendell Stevens was telling what he believed to be the truth based on what he did or did not know regarding this case and related photograph. I believe he was relaying the story as it was told to him. That being said, I believe he was told a tall tale by someone, since the facts simply do not support this story. We shall address these facts now. First, as previously mentioned, no one indicated any level of intimidation. In fact, in speaking with me directly, eyewitness Marlo Webb scoffed at the notion that military/government representatives threatened anyone to keep silent on the matter. Further, he humorously remarked to me the agents that spoke with him asked some questions, but nothing to the extent of the questions that I posed to him decades later. He suggested they seemed interested but not overly interested in his testimony. There were also no references to said threats whatsoever in Derive McDonald's interview notes or audio recordings of interviews with witnesses. There is simply no evidence of this.
Yeah, doesn't it slightly remind you of something now? Paul, at all? With the Nimitz incident with between David Traver and Kevin Day?
Yeah, we did a live stream on that where David Fravor was saying don't believe too many people coming out the woodwork now because they want to get the limelight. But to me, it seems like David likes the limelight now, even though he pretends that Corbell or other people need to hold his hand at interviews and conferences and all that.
And this has been the whole, ufology. There's so many pitfalls. It's unbelievable.
Snakes and ladders.
Yeah.
Plenty of snakes in the UFO field. And broken.
They're both convincing. They both sound convincing. Then you're left with which one do you believe? It's like the 1980 case, Rendlesham Forest, Bentwaters case even.
And then you got also, for the Tic Tac one, you also got that third witness that they haven't even presented on TV, who said what he saw come out the water was actually a disc, not a Tic Tac. So that throws another spanner in the works, right? And puts more doubt on things.
I don't know if that does, because there's lots of cases over the years where people have seen anomalous objects accompanied by discs in the same incident. So that just correlates it really.
Yeah, it's like I always say. It's like I always say. Yeah, like I always say, Robert, is it may not just be one event that happened that day. It might be multiple events. It may be multiple craft, and everybody saw a different aspect of it. So but until we get the radar data for confirming Kevin Day, it's just a story still, right? So the governments didn't even want to release the videos apparently, and that was some mistake by the admin people. But the Navy didn't want it released. But even though it had been leaked, right? But the thing is, without the support and data, the videos are useless, really, aren't they? We need the radar data and maybe even the what do you
Oh,
call
you
it?
mean the witness testimony is useless?
I mean,
Well, I don't think it's
I mean the
useless.
videos are useless because there's no supporting data with it apart from eyewitness accounts. But
Oh, I wouldn't count out the video.
but
I mean, for God's sakes, I mean, look at the Tic Tac video now. Yeah, I mean that broke the lock on a weapons Canada F-18 Super Hornet, which was top of the range at the time, and nothing was supposed to break the lock on that, but it did, and we can witness that. We can see it. You've only got to play it
you
back.
listen to Mick West saying that it was actually vapor trail, and of course it couldn't get a lock on a vapor trail because it's too far away.
Don't start me off with Mick West, for God's sakes.
But what I'm saying is there would have been bridge talk, which the government would have taken, and also radar data, which is the crucial bit of evidence that we need to prove that they were going at crazy Mach G-forces. So without that, we just got Kevin Day's statement without the supporting data is sort of meaningless still. So to the stars, we only got sort of like 1/4 of the story of that still on the Nimitz. And
yeah, well, I mean, I don't know what's going on with TTSA, to be honest.
I don't know. We're sort of getting off topic here, but
yeah.
you got Tom DeLong coming out pretty much every week saying there's some new breaking information coming, and it never does. And you also got them saying this year was going to be more amazing videos to come out, and it hasn't. And it's getting so close to Christmas now, so I don't think it's even going to come out this year. And of course, now you got all this hoo-ha saying that the Navy didn't want the original ones released. They're not going to release the other ones, are they? So,
well, I'll tell you what they're likely to do. If there's any new videos or anything sensational to come out, Paul, what they'll do is release it like they did with the first ones. They've released them just before Christmas, the holiday period, because then you see them, and whoa, it's Christmas, and you carry on as normal. It's a typical tactic of an intelligence agency.
Well, did the last ones come out near Christmas? I thought it was October or something.
No. The original 3 videos came out just before Christmas time. It was December 2017.
Right.
Just before Christmas time.
So you reckon it might happen again this year?
Yes.
Okay, we'll see if your prediction is right then.
Okay.
Okay, so let's read out the rest of this. As we're coming up to 2 hours on this one case so far.
Next, we must examine the reference to Durango, Colorado. I have taken the time to systematically review all the newspapers from Durango from 1950. In fact, there were only 2 at the time, Durango Herald Democrat and the Durango News. In reviewing all the issues from the time of the sighting well into the year 1951, there is not one article featuring the photograph in question in either of these newspapers. I can't say more than that. The article with photograph simply don't exist. As far as the Durango connection goes. The next question we must try to answer is, where does this photo originate from? Another follow-up question to that would be, is this even a photograph from Farmington, NM? If Wendell was under the false pretense this originated from Farmington via Durango and we've proven the Durango link to be false, is the Farmington origination reference bogus as well? This I needed to explore further.
Okay. Here's that photograph going.
Yeah, but they don't quite fit, do they?
There's more on this one. It's got another object here. But I think they're just buttons on a table, glass table. You can see there's 4 little holes there on that one. 4 on that one.
Okay, God, but you're missing the point.
And what point are you saying I'm missing?
All right. If you look at the first picture, and then look at the second, you'll see that it's slightly moved on. See, I haven't got control over what you're doing there.
Alright, so you're saying it's a second frame of a photograph.
That's what I'm saying, Paul, yes.
Although it's wider too, right? The other photograph only goes to there. And the only way you could do that, I think it's the same photograph. It's just been cropped, that's all. So if you look at the clouds as a reference point, we've got a little circle dip here between this one here.
Yeah.
So let's go down to this one.
Yeah.
There's that circle dip before. It hasn't moved at all. I think it's just the same photograph. One's been cropped. See that?
Okay.
So if it was like a 1 second later, you'd expect that one to be about here probably. So let's go up and compare it again. You can see it's on that white. This one actually is brighter too, so you can actually see the little weird holes here. So it's on that tip, so it hasn't really moved, I don't think. See, I could put it into editor and overlay it if you want to. Or you want to carry on with the story. I could prove it by overlaying one.
No. Yeah, I might as well get to the bottom of this.
I think it's just the same picture, exactly the same. The lighten. It's not so bright. But anyway, let's just carry on.
Next, we must examine the reference to Durango, Colorado. I have taken the time to systematically review all the newspapers from Durango from 1950. In fact, there were only two at the time, Durango Herald-Democrat and the Durango News. In reviewing all the issues from the time of the sighting well into the year 1951, there is not one article featuring the photograph in question in either of these newspapers. I can't say more than that. The article with photograph simply don't exist. As far as the Durango connection goes. The next question we must try to answer is, where does this photo originate from? Another follow-up question to that would be, is this even a photograph from Farmington, NM? If Wendell was under the false pretense this originated from Farmington via Durango and we've proven the Durango link to be false, is the Farmington origination reference bogus as well? This I needed to explore further.
Yeah, I was looking at these two dots here too. And the distance between here, it's identical picture. 2 dots, distance between. Yeah, I just think one's been cropped.
Well, go down and listen to what Marlett says about the photograph.
Right.
As I was researching this case, I was, and always am, looking for historical UFO material for my ever-growing and extensive library on the subject. I stumbled across a vintage photograph for sale online that was similar to the photograph Wendell referenced. However, the photo, which I ultimately purchased and now own, appeared to be an uncropped and much larger version of what was in Wendell's possession.
Yep. So there he said it's the same, but uncropped. So, carry on. I think we're going to run out of speech thing here in a minute.
Yeah, it's okay.
What's more, is that my copy is an original black and white 8x10 glossy photo complete with a news teletype glued to its backside. This teletype references the photograph and the related news article it was attached to back in 1950, which is the year the article is dated. The teletype reads as follows: Flying Saucers Photograph 25th of March 1950. Claimed to be the first sensational picture of the mysterious objects popularly known as flying saucers, this photograph is reproduced from this week's issue of The Teenage Times, a weekly newspaper published in Dublin. The photograph, which shows 5 round-shaped objects in echelon formation through clouds, is accompanied by a news story which states that the flying saucers are the forerunners of the suspension bomb or space station loaded with A and H bombs, which can be maintained in a stationary position over any point on the Earth's surface for any length of time and then caused to fall on any prearranged target. According to the Teenage Times, suspension bombs could be already swinging over several of the world's capital cities and even over some atomic energy installations. My next step was trying to track down the original news story in the Teenage Times from Dublin, Ireland. For months, I scoured the internet attempting to track down any and all references to this publication. Unfortunately, it was to no avail. I couldn't locate anything other than a few references back to the photo which I now had in my collection and the related news teletype I previously quoted.
Well, you can just skim through that yourself, Paul, and, you know, make of it what you want.
Alright. So they're talking about
Finally,
atom bombs
after
and
contacting
hydrogen.
individual libraries in Ireland by email and reviewing online inventories one after the other, I made a discovery. I found that the National Library of Ireland located in Dublin had, in its holdings, the original hard copies of the Teenage Times. The difficulties in obtaining information on this newspaper I found were twofold. First, no digital copies were ever made. Only the hard copies existed. Second, apparently based on what I've been able to determine, this newspaper was only published from November 1949 to April 1950. After placing an order for digital scans of the issue in question, I received the following front-page article with an accompanying photograph.
See, that's what I wanted you to move on to.
Mm-hmm.
So if you can compare that to the original photograph,
That
or what's done it there for you.
original thing. So that looks like it's moved. If that's
Or has the cloud moved? Or has the objects moved? We don't know, do we?
but okay.
So it's holding triangle formation as well, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I trust this guy's
No,
analysis.
nor do I.
I think there's something missing here, which is where that cloud cover comes in there. I think it's exactly the same. Because once you go back to that page, it looks pretty bad. I probably could do a better job analysing it than he could, probably.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want me to do that or not?
Oh, I tell you what,
it does look like the saucer is there, though, with the eyes. Let's just zoom in. Although that does look like a saucer where it should be down there. Yeah, it looks like it could be different, you know. Looks like 3 objects. Oh no, 2 objects there. It's a bit hard to tell. It's really bad, though, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't look like it's on the cloud here. Well, let's do a cut and put it into the editor anyway. Where's my cutter? Why can't I see the cut? Where's the cutter thing gone? Is it up there? No, there. No, that's not it. Oh, right. It's gone into a nag screen. So I'm clicking on that and it's not doing anything. Okay, there it is. So we want to cut out this. Let's put it on the other screen. Hang on. So we can open it and lighten that, see what we can see there to start with. Don't want that there. Push up the CPU. And I want to do it on lighten. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, my computer's clogging for some reason, but that's a bit easier to see. Something's chewing up my CPU at the moment. It's kind of weird. So, does look like it's different, doesn't it? But where's there's one saucer there. Unfortunately, it's not letting me do it real time here. Why, I don't know. Which is going to make it really hard. I think it's to do with this new comment box they've got up, plugging up the CPU.
Yeah, it's paint.net you have, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it's just not going fast enough. I thought this might be the case. You need that little fine adjustment. There we go. Too bright there now. Oh. So definitely it's not on the cloud, is it? So we can see there.
No.
And we can apply that. If we zoom in, can't see those little circle ones. Yeah, I don't know. Does that look like the cloud bits on this corner here though? I'd have to get the other image and overlay it probably. Where is the page? So we want the original cropped one, is it? Or this one? Oh no, this one. That's the full width one. Save as. What's it coming down as? Oh, I want image. Oops. Save. Why is it not giving us a picture option? It's normally save image. Looks like I'm gonna have to grab it off the screen. Looks like he's got it protected somehow. I should have scrolled down a bit. Probably there. That will do. Man, what's slowing the computer down? It's not normally this bad. Screenshot done. Okay, we need to bring it in. Import. Probably have to scale that one up. Let's see, resize. Maintain aspect 1280. Or image. Where's the new one? That long one here, wasn't it? Yep, that's a better one. So we really have to change the transparency on it. I am clicking things, but it's running terribly slow.
Yeah.
It's terrible. It's like being back on a single processor again. So we're going to do overlay probably, or something like that. Probably too faint. Darken. Here we go. We've had a good work with that one. Now we can move it around and see if the objects are moved. Well, that seems to match up there. To me. But that image is bigger. But then we got a crop of it. So that's too big now, see? Oh. Let's switch it back down again. I think it's the right size. That one lines up at the top here. Mothership. If anything, it's slightly too big. Okay. So where's the ship one there?
Doing a good job here, Paul.
Looks like they haven't moved.
Oh, the formation hasn't moved, but the clouds have.
Yeah. So that tells me it's on a table. And in the time they snapshot again, the clouds have moved. It was originally down there. It was originally down there. Or could that be... So that kind of lines up with the other one, but then now we've got this other UFO up here. So that's all lining up with that one. Kind of strange. How it all lines up there as well. To me, it kind of suggests it's fake then, in that case. Lines up there, and the clouds are different. If we put the UFO down where it is on this one, on the cloud layer, so why don't we make it a bit, let's see, what else can we do? Darken, multiply maybe, makes it a bit more darker. Might be too dark now. So that's the cloud here, that's where that UFO was there. But I don't see a UFO here. it fits better there. I think all the UFOs line up. There's one there. You don't quite see that one here somewhere. But I notice there's a little tear fracture in the paper here. Could that change it? It looks like it's also different going along this way here. Folded paper there. Crease, maybe.
Yeah, being a newspaper, there would be a crease on there.
Probably could, let's just bring in the image again. Separately.
Sorry guys if you don't find this interesting, but I certainly do.
Went to the other image. Alright. So, the question is there a UFO where that hole in the cloud is on the other one? So let's have a look. There's the hole in the cloud. There's the hole in the cloud, but we don't see a UFO there. Or is there? Don't think so. No matter how much you zoom it, do we see a UFO there? I suppose it sort of does look like an outline of a UFO. It could be there. So what are we looking at here in that case? Hang on. See, it doesn't quite go that far up now. It would have to be up here. And that hole in the cloud there to match up with that bit there. But the other UFOs now don't line up, right? Way off. That one's moved. I reckon it fits better how we had it. UFO there. Although I did make it slightly bigger again. No, I don't think. Does look like the cloud has moved though, but what we need to do is probably forget about the UFO bit here. Delete that one. And actually concentrate on the cloud. Has the cloud changed shape? Which one did we go for? So that's the best quality one, but not as bright. If we go to the other one, that's brighter. Let's see. The cropped one, he said. Let's see if we can save that one. Save picture. No, he's stopped it doing that. Well, looks like in code. Probably need to cut that bit down here. Overlay it. The question is it the same cloud? Because clouds obviously change shape. Well, I know CPU's struggling a bit. I think Google's changed the streaming code again. It's using up a wee bit more CPU than it used to. So they've definitely done something to the damn code. Made it worse. Okay, so we need to import that one over this other picture that he got, which was that one here. So he said the other one is cropped off this one here. So it should be identical, shouldn't it? So import file. See how much brighter it is as well. So we're probably going to have to make that transparent. Multiply. There we go. Just try that first. I think it needs to be darker though. Still not quite good enough, I don't think. How about addition? That makes it white. Clouds are a bit tricky because the objects there, and they match up. Definitely the same picture then. Maybe slightly.
You think maybe it was multiple shots?
No, that's definitely the
I think
same.
we've established it's the same incident or the same, maybe even hoax.
The two pictures we're comparing from the top are identical. That's what we just found out here.
Yeah.
Now we need to bring it into this newspaper one and see if we can compare it. With that one. So we know that these two are the same. So we'll just take the snippet off the cloud and compare it to the newspaper one. So that one should be there, and straight away you can see that the cloud looks the same to me, side by side there, right? We're looking at the edge of the cloud here. Let's see if we can darken it or something. There we go. So what's different apart from the UFO in this one and it's not there? Well, I think that bit on the cloud's vanished though, hasn't it? So this they're okay on that one. Oh, what's happened? Why is it not moving? Yeah, so we're going to go with darken. And lighten. See, we can't really see the cloud layers. Color dodge. That one might work. I think it's adding the clouds together here. That one's not so good either. Well, if we compare it to that UFO there, definitely the cloud has moved. But it looks so similar though. Cloud's identical. I can't see the UFO now. The UFO's here. Let's go through all the different ones. There must be one that gives us a better view of it. Let's try inversion maybe. Difference. How does that work? That should nullify it. So not. No. I hate black and white. Difference. Which ones haven't we tried? Glow, overlay, glow. Maybe. See, that bit of cloud at the bottom there. Still a bit hard to tell. Definitely looks the same there, doesn't it? See how it's sort of got the crease going across? Could it be like a printing error? But I don't see how, because you'd expect to see the black bit there of that UFO there. All I can say is the different photographs. The objects haven't moved, but the clouds have. So,
well, I'm just thinking that surely this would have been through this process before. You're doing a fine job, sir. No question of that.
But, to me, it kind of feels like it's fake then in that case. Like I said, to me it looks like buttons, you know. Did we enhance that one? We didn't lighten that one. I suppose I should go back to that one and lighten it again. Which one was the widescreen? The second one, wasn't it? Let's lighten this one up a wee bit. Maybe it'll go faster this time. So let's lighten this sucker up and see what it looks like. Is it buttons? Could it have been faked? Yeah, glass table, the clouds would be moving that way. How much would the clouds change though? Maybe not too much, right? My gut feelings it's faked. Come on, lighten it up. I think we need to focus on this one here. Does it look like a button? Oh. What's taking so ages? Might just cut that one out. Zoom right in. Terribly slow. Well, we're going to have to play with this software again, I think. Placed into a new image. Yeah, let's get a good close-up of this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it still looks like a button to me. You know, you got the two holes here. Another two holes there with something in the middle here. Do you get 5 holes in a button? What's some pictures of
No,
buttons?
generally 2, isn't there?
4, I thought. Buttons. Let's have a look.
Could be 4.
Buttons. Well, I'll just try that, I suppose. It's going really slow. Here we go. That one's got 4 there.
Yeah, I'm not an expert on buttons. Get my girlfriend to do that.
Come on. The internet can't be that slow now, surely. Oh, we never had this bad before. Let me see. Let's switch back the VPNs again. Something going on. Oh, come on, it's just images. Yeah, this is terrible. Is it doing it, or is it locked up? Almost locked up, huh? I'm not sure what it's doing. Yes. Is the streaming still working?
Oh yeah, just about. I think. Yeah.
It's sort of locked up, isn't it?
Anyway, for God's sake, I think you have to say quits at some time.
I think the browser may have locked actually.
Well, I think you've shown enough suspicion on that photograph, which was,
Right.
to be honest, what I always kind of suspected anyway. You know, and it's a little bit odd that a case over, Farmington, New Mexico, appeared in an Irish newspaper thousands of miles away. And I don't know.
I don't know what it's
But
doing.
David Mallard done a very good job of what he'd done, digging out that photograph and the comparison to it as well.
Yes. Well, it looks like I got no response here. Something's gone screwy today.
Okay.
Yeah,
These things happen.
but I can't progress because you can see I can't minimize. Alright, I can minimize it. Let me just.
Okay. Do you want me to talk?
No, hang on. Let me see if I can close it down and reopen it. Something strange has suddenly happened here.
I think basically what's happened is you've overstretched the computer's capacity.
Well, it says it's sitting around about 70% CPU on the other screen. But there's something's gone screwy here, hasn't it? Alright.
Yeah, I suppose running a live stream and trying to use a photo editor at the same time is.
Here we go. So yeah, hopefully I haven't lost anything, but yeah, it's almost like I think there was something on a web page, probably something that we've opened up in the background that's consuming the browser. But yeah, here we go. We've got some button pictures now. Definitely 4 because when you sew it through one hole through the other, else the button would spin around, wouldn't it? 4. There are 2 ones. Yep, there's 2 ones here.
Okay, Paul.
Because it looks like this one here, right?
You made your point.
It looks like that one there with the hole. If we bring it up, there's a hole there, but looks like another hole in the middle there, but it's a bit hard to tell. Yeah, it could be just shadow, yeah. I think it's a button. But anyway, we'll carry on.
Sure. Yeah.
But people can see what I mean now, but hopefully.
Yeah, absolutely,
I think that picture is a fake one, unfortunately.
Yeah, he did a great job on that anyway.
So where did we get to? It looks like it's running fast now. Was there anything else we want to read out underneath this? Subvention bomb. We got down to here, didn't we? So we have determined that the cloud has moved. And maybe the cloud has deformed just a wee bit, but not by much. Little changes. But in a second, if that was like a second maybe, or 5 seconds time, that would make sense.
It would.
Yep. I reckon it's on a glass table with buttons and the cloud's moving as he's laying on the back taking a photograph. So, yep. So what did he say? He was suspicious about it?
Yes, he is.
So we've already debunked the story related to... So what is he saying? That the guy got the photograph from the newspaper?
No. It was an investigator that got hold of... You see, we've lost track a little bit now, but it's not the end of the world.
Well, he's talking about the guy sighting, wasn't he?
Yeah, but I think the researcher was Wendell Stevens, and he got a little bit suckered.
Things changed. Photograph from Wendell Stevens photograph collection. So, if he's got photographs, obviously he's bought it from the Irish paper, hasn't he? And he's...
Well, no, Paul, we've totally lost track of the case, mate.
Yeah, okay. So, what do you want to do then? If we lost track of it. Well, I'll just read out this bit here anyway. Maybe it'll come back into perspective again.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've sort of lost track of it because I was thinking on the other stuff, but I thought maybe you knew.
That's okay.
I suppose I'm getting a bit tired now.
Subsequent to the photo being published in the Teenage Times, I doubt anyone had given it a second thought. I certainly had never seen this photo published anywhere before in UFO literature or the internet for that matter. The one in my possession has only been reproduced in a handful of publications over the years. But when it was published, no reference was ever made to the provenance of the photograph itself. I conducted an exhaustive search in newspaper archives and online for the source of either of these photos with no positive results. So the questions remain: where was this photo taken? Who took the photo? We have already debunked the story relayed to Wendell Stevens regarding the photo being published in Durango, Colorado. So, without this, there is no definitive tie to Farmington, NM. In addition, we must look at the cloud formations in both photos. These appear to be cumulus clouds. This simply doesn't match the clouds reported over Farmington, NM at the times of the sightings. Records reflect there were either clear skies or light scattering of cirrus clouds - not cumulus clouds. More and more indications suggest these photographs are not of the Farmington, NM flying saucer Armada. That being said, we must acknowledge two important points that still make these photos intriguing to our line of inquiry.
I think they're fake.
So there you go. You're up to date again now.
Yeah.
We're close to the end of this now.
Right.
And
Yes. Well, it's going all right now. It's going fast. I know we've run out of speech thing now. I know.
No, it don't matter.
Did I choose the wrong one? Maybe. Hang on. I get the wrong one. I think I did.
First, we cannot ascertain where the photos were taken, but we can establish roughly when they were taken. Our only lead is the date of the Teenage Times News article, March 24th. 1950. The date of the news teletype being dated the following day, March 25th. 1950. All we can state is that these photos, whether legitimate UFO photos or not, had to be taken prior to March 24th, 1950. It is interesting to note that this was just 7 days after the largest display of UFOs over Farmington, NM on Friday, March 17th. Coincidence? Second, we cannot avoid some details regarding the mysterious objects in the photos. The obvious one being they appear to be flying in a formation. Many witnesses from Farmington stated the objects observed were in formation. Descriptions of these vary depending on the day and times of the overflights, but formations were noted.
There's a damn button. One last detail. I think he's covered most of it here, though. So these photographs don't add anything to this case whatsoever.
I don't really do.
No. So they're not what they were seen in the skies. Unfortunately, it looks like no one's actually got any pictures of it then. What else we got here? One questions.
Questions remain surrounding these mysterious photographs, but so too do questions still surround the UFO events in March of 1950. What was observed by hundreds, if not thousands, of eyewitnesses in Farmington, NM and other parts of the southwestern United States and Mexico? Like the majority of cases in this field, we are short on conclusive answers, but this should not deter us from investigating things further. As this case illustrates, despite the passage of time and what we thought we knew regarding a UFO incident, even decades later new material can be uncovered. New material leads to new insights. Perhaps, these insights will be the foundation stones for the eventual understanding of this most enigmatic UFO subject.
Okay.
Yeah.
Special thanks to a lot of people. Scott Ramsey.
Yeah.
Ramsey. Okay, so
Yeah.
So we're
Scott
finished
Ramsey,
with this case. Yeah.
Yeah, we're done with that, mate.
Okay, cool. And then we're moving on to the next one.
Not exactly.
No, we've got something else, have we?
Nah. Yeah. I know people get tired of these old cases like 1950 and so on. Well, I'm about to really piss them off because I'm going to go back to 1561.
See, if that was a
where
real...
similar.
Bring back to the photograph, if that was a real one that we're seeing, which I think the button's on a glass table, we'd expect them to take a photograph like that, where the saucer sort of you're seeing underneath it in the side view, rather than a perfect circle. You'd see like that oblong, which a lot of people were saying was flat, disc shape, right, like a coin. So that's what I would expect to see. I don't think there's any other pictures apart from
No.
artist render.
No. Which is but it's slightly disturbing, you know, that not many people seen things, but not one genuine photograph.
Yep. From the
that
period.
makes you think.
Yep. Oh, so we just close that down too. So,
you know, it wasn't a flash incident either. It was over, you know, 3 days.
Has Rene left us? Oh, what's happened?
I think he has, yeah.
Head out off what? What's he saying there? Ridiculously small font now. Oh, you headed out the ballpark. That was a long time ago though, wasn't it? Oh, he's running too. So we got a new member there, said cool channel. Thank you for that. We do get right into this, as you can see. We just want to make sure it's well covered. And you can't cover it in a 10-minute
No stone
episode.
left unturned.
Ancient code.
Ah, well, yeah, okay. Don't matter about the site. This is a very genuine case. 1561 Nuremberg.
Yeah.
It's very similar in description.
Yeah, but I debunked that one as what do you call it? Sundogs and a bit of
Sundogs.
as part of artistic rendering of the newspaper guy that actually did the carving for it. But yeah, I have got an episode on it. Probably lost it now. Mind you, it'll be on the pin tab still on the other one. But yeah, if you search my things and type in 1951 as a search thing, you can find the thing where I look at it. Yeah. You can I actually compared it with photographs which actually look very similar to what they had on the wooden carving, where you get the triangle shapes and the circles. But the explosion thing, catching fire thing, where one was meant to have crashed or something, I think that's not sundogs, but that was some other sort of event that happened, whether it was a lightning strike or maybe even a meteorite come down at the same time. It's the strange crystallization in the atmosphere was happening.
Wow. I don't know. Is that trying to fit a square peg into a round hole? I'm not really sure, because there's an awful lot of people.
Yeah, I go into a lot of detail on it and look at other people's debunks on it, video clips on it, showing what wood carvings. Because back in the old days, they didn't have like photographs or presses like we got now.
No.
What someone would do is that someone would carve it out on a piece of wood, and then they would paint it and then press it against the paper, form the image, and they'd do that 1,000 times. So people were saying that back then they were scared of the Black Death and stuff like that, or people coming in to take them over from warring tribes. So they wanted to create a fake story that there was a plague there and to stay clear of the city.
I don't know. They weren't coming up with stories like that too often, Paul.
Well, there was actually some historic things to connect it in, though. So basically, Sundog,
Yeah, but just have a quick, let the viewer decide, because you're not giving them a chance now.
See, obviously there's a fire going on here, but what caused it is not really thing. But yeah, what they do is they'd paint it with, carve it out, and then they'd paint it and then press the paper onto it. But I think this one's been colorized though, hasn't it? I'm not sure if they were colour back then. But what do you want me to do with this one then?
Oh no! I'm just putting it out there.
Right.
But it was also similar. There was, as they described it, there was a blood red object leading the pack, and of course there should have been nothing in the sky in 1561.
What's that?
You know, so you can put it down to hallucinations or comments or whatever. I'm suspicious. I think something did happen there.
I hope it wasn't playing any sound on that. We'll get a copyright strike
No.
every day. Yeah, you get this, the sundogs, well, you get the patterns of the sundogs. Not sure if you can find it.
Yeah, I know what a sundog is, Paul, and I'm sure they did as well. You know, they've seen it before.
But back in the old days, they were less scientific, right? So
it doesn't matter. If you've seen it before, you've seen it before.
See, if you look at this one here, how it creates the arc around and creates the strange pattern.
It's not. Come on, man. That's not what the witnesses were describing.
There's the sun in the middle.
Yeah,
and you got the curves.
That's the way they depict it quite often in religious terms. You'd be talking medieval times. I mean, how do you explain all the other artifacts around?
They are explainable. Here's another one.
You sure?
Well, there's the triangle patterns that you're getting.
Oh God, you sounded like Nick West now on a bad day.
So there's the triangle ones that you're getting.
Right.
You got to remember it was handed down by word of mouth. I'm not sure if the guy actually was sitting there carving it out.
I mean, not the original. Not the original accounts. They weren't handed down. But you'd have to read out some of the text to see that.
So here's another sundog, and here we got an inverted thing through atmospherics. So you got the pointy bits coming out. But like I said, it always gets a bit complicated with UFO sightings, where you might have multiple events that happen at the same time. So it's very hard to tell from fact and fiction, right?
But sometimes a very good multiple events, very good way to explain away aliens.
See, it could easily have been a meteorite shower and a sundog happening at the same time in the day, and created the story, right? And then one crashes, starts the fire on the ground. But yeah, I'm not too sure about the Nuremberg one being actual UFOs versus natural event or events. But yeah, definitely was.
If it was a natural thing, it would have to be multiple things because not many people could have been fooled so easily. But yeah, just hold on a sec. Just look at this now.
Did they actually put any debunks on the end of this one? They don't normally on this site. They feed into the UFO field, as same as everybody else does. Huge black spears. See, that doesn't sound like the drawing. That's kind of like a double-headed spear, isn't it? There you go. Yes, so yeah.
Oh, my bad.
I think we should just keep on going. But yeah, you could say that was a mass UFO sighting in their sense of the terminology, right? Because
yeah, absolutely, yeah.
They were religious minds back then. They weren't really into science. Even back then, did they know what year did they find out the Earth wasn't actually flat and center of the universe and all that? What year did all that come?
Sure.
It must be way after this period, surely. So you want to carry on to the next one, which is...
Yeah, I'm just saying, 4 years later,
yeah.
this happened.
Oh, we got Ellison down the side there. How's it
Yeah,
going?
she's here.
Hey, you're way... We've been doing this for 3 hours. You only now just joined us. Coming up to Witchinera here, so if you hear voices in the background, let me know if you hear any EVPs, because lately it's been quiet with the paranormal stuff. I haven't had anything for a wee while now, so yeah, it comes in spurts. Something strange happens and then it quietens off again. So this is on the... how do we say it again? Lubbock lights. How do you say that word?
What the hell again? You know.
I don't know. I'll just copy and paste what you gave me.
Yeah.
3 pics and accounts of UFO sightings.
Yeah. If you go down to
That's got Nuremberg in it.
Yeah, go past that one and go to Basel, which is Switzerland, 1566, just 5 years later.
Mm.
And see what you think of that.
Was interpreted as a celestial body where numerous objects fought between each other in the sky. That sounds like that fable from India. And
well, hold on. No, you need to go to down to Basel, 1566, Paul.
All right. Well, that's where
okay,
I am.
I'll do that. Previously, just 5 years after the mass UFO sighting over at Nuremberg, in 1566, people living in Basel, modern-day Switzerland, reported a similar mass sighting. A newspaper broadsheet from 1566 describes what is interpreted as a celestial body, where numerous objects fought between each other in the sky. The broadsheet mentions several red and black spheres in the sky over Basel, sighted just before the rising sun.
That could be
The
the clue.
translated text of the broadsheet gives the following description of the alleged mass UFO sighting.
And that's when sundogs happen, you see.
Oh, here we go. It's the old sundog explanation again.
Yeah, because it's at the horizon, so as the sun's rising up, it's going through different thickness of atmosphere. And if you got the right cold layer with the ice crystals in the clouds, it's going to cause a refraction of the light. And you'd see sundogs and blobs in the sky. But to me, this is not conclusive of alien craft to me. Sounds too natural.
Oh well, the only sundog I've seen barks at the moon, but never mind. It's a little bit off, but
yeah, go and have a watch of the episode where I sort of sum it up.
I'm sure it could throw a lot of people off, Paul, but I'm not convinced that it can fool that many people.
I don't know.
Somebody would have seen that kind of phenomenon before.
But we see that all the time, though, in our media, fooling lots of people, though. So let's take one case. Well, let's take Phoenix Lights. The flare drop certainly fooled up thousands of people, didn't it? We know for certain.
Let's hear it from the account here, Paul. Now, okay, it happened in 1566 3 times, on the 27th, the 28th of July, and on August the 7th, against the sunrise and sunset. We saw strange shapes in the sky above Basel. During the year 1566, on the 27th of July, after the sun had shone warm on the clear bright skies, and then, around 9 p.m., it suddenly took off. It took a different shape and colour. First, the sun lost its radiance and lustre, and it was no bigger than the full moon. And finally, it seemed to weep tears of blood, and the air behind him went dark, and he was seen by all the people of the city and countryside. In much the same way, also the moon, which has already been almost full and has shone through the night, assuming an almost blood-red colour in the sky. The next day, Sunday, the sun rose at about 6 o'clock and slept through the same appearance it had when it was lying before. He lit the houses, streets, and around as if everything was blood-red and fiery. At the dawn of August 7, we saw large black spheres coming and going with great speed and precipitation before the sun, and chattered as if they led a fight. Many of them were fiery red, soon crumbled and then extinguished. Well, that's kind of poetic, isn't it? You could have given it Nervin for that alone.
Well, blood red sky is not
I'm
uncommon.
not sure. There seems to be multiple events there, and I'm not sure they're all describing sundogs, but...
No, it could be a meteorite shower, of course, and it could be also could have been a forest fire or something else that happened somewhere in the globe, which has then caused the sky to change in colour, as you know.
I don't know. July, Switzerland, July. I'm not sure if it's hot enough for... I'm not even sure they've got any forests there, to be honest.
No, it doesn't have to be. It could be like somewhere in Hawaii, right? It goes into the slipstream, eventually circles the Earth. So, yeah, I don't know. Was there any meteorite showers in 1566? Probably was. What month was that? July, wasn't it?
Well, it happened over 27th July. That was the first one.
Showers, July. I'm pretty sure there's a meteorite shower in July. What was the day that happened on?
And then you got August the 7th as well.
Let's see. This probably won't tell us. It'll probably be all current ones. Well, it looks like there is a meteorite shower there. Well, let's click on the Wikipedia.
Okay, so you're basically 10 days apart.
Meteorite showers happen in the same time periods every year. They're leftover debris from comets that broke off past us, and bits broke off, and it ends up in an elliptical orbit, and eventually every same time that the comet passed, they shower down onto us. So we've got April here, July is down here. So there's one that happens between the 12th of July and 23rd of August. Southern Delta Acroids. So that sounds like it's in the southern hemisphere, though, that one. July here. Alpha Claproids, 3rd of July to 15th of August. So there's definitely a lot happening. And you got Perseids, 17th of July, 24th of August. So there's a lot of meteorite showers that are happening for every year for hundreds of years. I could see, when you got to like 30 coming down every, some of them, every 10 minutes or something. That can be like amazing, especially to religious minds back then.
Yeah.
What else do we see here? (1566). What's it called? Basel. Is that how you spell it?
Basel.
Basel.
I'm not even sure the pronunciation myself.
What did they say for the debunks? Let's have a look.
Okay.
Let's see. Have we got any debunks for it? It's bound to be, surely. Oh, we've got diesel. Have I spelled it wrong? I must have spelled it wrong. How'd you spell it? Oh, basil. B-A-S. Go on Google, you should have corrected my spelling. Oh, here we go. Celestial Foreman. What's the Wikipedia say? It sounds very similar to the other one, actually. Switzerland. Red black balls in the sky. Doesn't say much at all, does it? So here we go, 27th of July to August. That was in those meteorite shower periods. Sunrise, sunset. Yeah, 27th of July, it rings a bell that I looked at before. Yeah, I just don't know. Because if the UFOs weren't at dawn and sunrises where you get the crazy atmospherics happening, I would be more inclined to believe it. That's my gut feeling on this one.
No, yeah, you make a fair point as well. To be quite honest, it could have been something, unusual.
Yeah.
I mean, a meteor shower like that only comes around maybe once or twice in a lifetime, doesn't it?
Well, they come every month, but from different comets that pass by.
Yeah.
But it might be just the right, the weather situation. The lack of sunspots, the very cold atmosphere.
That's what I was going to say. Zero light pollution. The right part of the world to view.
Anyway, I thought we were going to move on to the next case anyway. We could
sure.
argue about whether it's real or not.
Oh, no, I'm not arguing. I'm just putting it out
there. If they said, rather than it being coloured balls, if they said it was like silvercraft or, what did they call them back then? Spheres as well, rather than balls. I don't know. Triangles, rather than a spear shape, which you get the spear shapes in the clouds from the strange atmospherics. And if it's like a stormy cloud, it'd be like that security one where he's got that triangle shape in the cloud storm front. It looks like a triangle shape, but it's just between two cloud layers at night time, or at sunset, or whatever it was. So we're going to go on to this one here. What's Ellie saying here? When the light came out of the sky, when I had experience. Fortunately, this stupid chat window, I might have to make it bigger again. Is it going to move? How big have they made it now? That's just ridiculous. Where's the word wrapping? That's just ridiculous. Look how big that has to be. It's double the size now.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's Ali or Alice. I'm not really sure, but she seems to have had experience of high strangeness. That's for sure.
Well, we're trying to get Ellie on for.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you listen, Ali, you need to make your story as whole and as detailed as you possibly can, and I will talk to you. Yeah, but I'd rather do it by voice rather than by typing, because a hell of a lot when you type in gets lost in translation. But if you really want to come on with me, I'm happy to do it, and I'll spend an hour, 2 hours, however long it takes for you to tell your tale, and I will take you seriously. Trust me. I've known people who've had extremely unusual experiences, to say the least, and I've never laughed at them because I've had my own. So take care of that one.
Yep.
Okay, moving on to the next tadpole. Lubbock lights.
Yes, this one here, which are meant to be the only pictures of it we've got.
Yeah, we have. I'm moving from tab to tab here, sorry.
And it looks like they're comparing it to the Phoenix lights there, is it?
It certainly resembles that, doesn't it?
Yeah. So
And
we
it
carry
also resembles Hudson Valley as well.
Yeah. So I'm not sure how much we got left on the reader, but we'll give it a try. Copy link.
Yeah, that's okay.
They only give us so many characters.
No, we've done well.
But I might need to go to the toilet. So what we're up to now? 3 hours and 10 minutes. But apparently you can do 12-hour streams now on Google. That would be a marathon run, that would. You got a company there, Robert.
2 seconds.
Yeah.
Just mute this.
I think he's got someone at the door. His friend comes over and walks his dog for him. Okay, so I guess we're going to go from here. I don't know. Let's see how we go.
August 25th, 1951 was a quiet summer night in Lubbock, Texas. That evening, a handful of scientists from Texas Technical College were hanging out in the backyard of geology professor Dr. W.I. Robinson, drinking tea and chatting about micrometeorites. It was quite the brain trust: chemical engineering professor Dr. A.G. Oberg, physics professor Dr. George, and Dr. W.L. Ducker, head of the petroleum engineering department. Which made the story of what they witnessed that night all the more curious. If a group had been handpicked to observe a UFO, we couldn't have picked a more technically qualified group of people, wrote United States Air Force Captain Edward J. Ruppelt later in his definitive 1956 casebook, The Report on Unidentified Flying Objects. In the early 1952s, Ruppelt served as lead investigator for Project Blue Book, the official Air Force investigations into UFO sightings, after working on its precursor effort, Project Grudge.
So these lights that we're seeing as black and white here, they're saying the blue and greenish colour. I'm taking that. So, but is this the right one? Talking about the blue book lights? Oh yeah.
Lubbock lights, yeah. It's Texas.
Yeah, I might have to read it out while I go to toilets. Let me know if it reads it all though. It must be getting close to the limit. We might have to read out some otherwise. I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, no
Sightings
worries.
of the blue-green lights kept growing around 9:20 p.m. The university colleagues saw something otherworldly in the expansive Texas sky, a V-shaped formation of 15 to 30 bluish-green lights passing overhead. Stunned, but still using their trained scientific reasoning, they figured the lights would reappear. And they did, about an hour later, in a more haphazard formation. The scientists were all in agreement. They had witnessed something fantastic but what was it? The professors weren't the only credible witnesses to the mysterious blue-green lights that night. At dusk, in Albuquerque, New Mexico, about 350 miles away from Lubbock, an employee of the Atomic Energy Commission's top-secret Sandia Corporation a man with a high-level, Q, security clearance had been sitting outside with his wife. According to Ruppelt, they were gazing at the night sky, commenting on how beautiful it was when both of them were startled at the sight of a huge airplane flying swiftly and silently over their home. On the aft edge of the wings, there were 6 to 8 pairs of soft, glowing, bluish lights. An hour or so after, according to a retired rancher from Lubbock, his wife had seen something terrifying in the night sky. Ruppelt described it this way.
Well, to be honest, the 50s was a hell of a time for UFO sightings, to be honest. You had 1954, we had like a major flap of UFO sightings, but this one is especially interesting because of the quality of the witnesses. I mean, you don't often have like 5 scientists sitting in the garden witnessing something that goes from one horizon to the other horizon within a few seconds. And that's quite difficult to explain in, well, 1950s technology.
Okay.
I mean,
There
we
we
only
go.
broke the sound barrier in 1948, so that's difficult to explain.
Did it read it all out, or did it simply
Okay,
stop?
Paul. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine.
Where did they get
It
to?
just all of it. I think we've done all of that.
Got down to the way message.
Go.
Although I missed out what it said myself.
Oh, don't worry, it's
It was
not
on
too important.
Project Blue Book, this one, so I don't know how accurate it was, probably 10%. that show is terrible.
Well, nah. What?
The Project Blue Book TV
Oh,
show.
the CVs, you mean? Oh my
Yeah,
God, that was awful.
that is terrible.
10%? Good God, you're doing it a compliment there.
Yeah,
I'd go
I don't think.
2%.
I think the UFO field really hammered them, didn't they, for being so bad? In fact,
Jeez.
was it Earl
Yeah.
Grey was saying that Paul Hynek refused them to do something, or was it Earl, or was it Rojas?
Yeah, I don't know, but he wasn't too happy with it because they made this, Hynek's wife, his mum, make out to be this really weak bimbo type character,
Right.
Yeah, as he wasn't too happy with that.
Plus, they added in some liberal things that she
was.
was.
And a lesbian affair at the same time.
Yeah, that sort of stuff. Yeah, and seems like they almost.
Well, they did that, Paul. So I think if they can do that on the History Channel, then I'm sure we're allowed to talk about it here.
I'm surprised Paul would let that happen, though, because it was way wrong.
To be honest, I was disgusted with the whole thing.
Oh, we'll keep on reading it then. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's come up with a message. Oh no, I flicked the wrong one again.
Oops.
Try that again.
Just after dark, his wife had gone outdoors to take some sheets off the cloth as lean. He was inside the house reading the paper. Suddenly his wife had rushed into the house, as white as the sheets she was carrying. The reason his wife was so upset was that she had seen a large object glide swiftly and silently over the house. She said it looked like an airplane without a body. On the back edge of the wing were pairs of glowing bluish lights. By the time Ruppelt flew into Lubbock to investigate the sightings in late September, hundreds of residents had seen the lights over a period of 2 weeks.
I think it's run out.
Mm-hmm.
2 weeks.
No,
it got to the end.
Mm-hmm.
Local investigate.
Locals investigate, and even snap some photos, but not everyone had waited for the government to start looking into the matter. After alerting local papers like the Lubbock Avalanche Journal, the Texas Tech professors started their own informal investigation. In the weeks after their initial August 25th sighting, they and their friends observed the lights 12 more times. They measured the lights' angles, roughly calculated their speed, and noted that they always traveled from north to south. Armed with walkie-talkies, the scientist sleuths and their friends formed 2 teams and attempted to measure the UFO's altitude, with little success. As the days went on, more and more Lubbock residents claimed to have seen the lights. And when the professors cross-checked these reports against what they themselves had seen and recorded, many of the facts lined up, Ruppelt wrote. Of course, few if any had recorded the phenomena with the same level of detail as the professors.
So this is talking about the black and white photograph. We're talking about this one here. Oh, they talking about
they didn't take that photograph. That was it. That was another guy.
So what are they talking about exactly? Are they talking about seeing a similar thing? That what? Because I didn't actually hear how it started. So, because I was in the toilet.
It's okay, we all need the toilet.
Don't you wish your bladder was twice as big?
Yeah, sometimes, yeah.
Especially when you go to the picture theatre.
But while many observers offered incomplete or poorly expressed recollections, there's little doubt that whatever people were seeing was something real. UFO sightings are usually one-off events, but these blue-green lights were observed multiple times, by hundreds of people. Plus, for many, there was physical proof. Black and white photos taken by a Texas Tech freshman named Carl Hart Jr. on August 31st. The same night, an Air Force wife and her daughter claimed to have seen a UFO while driving northwest from Matador, Texas, to Lubbock. Hart was keeping vigil in his bedroom, looking out for the infamous lights, according to Rebelt.
So we haven't actually looked on the map here, but this is where it is here.
Yeah,
Pretty
just to
close.
establish now, Viewport was in charge of Project Blue Book from 52 onwards, so he investigated this as a kind of a cold case. But of course, the witnesses were still alive, so it wasn't too cold.
So there it is there. You can bet there's a few Air Force bases around this location, though. I've got the hiccups now. Oh no, we're back to that. Alright, so now updating it. So yeah, it looks a very dry, hot place. What's all this here? Is that irrigation? Ponds? Fish farms? Or what?
Well, I'd be taking it back now. I'd imagine it's irrigation.
Because if they're in the desert, they're going to need a really good water supply.
Yeah.
It could be a sewage facility, I guess. I don't know. What's it say there? Well, there's a river of some kind, or lake. Certainly a lot of houses around it. Football fields. But yeah, what's these things here? I don't know. But anyway, where's the nearest Air Force base around here? To see these lights. Let's see. Air Force base. So how many you got? We've got quite a few
you can
here.
remember there would have been a few around there, you know, Paul.
We got
it was all
D-
back to 1951.
Dias Air Force Base, Holy Man Air Force thing.
Holloman Air Force Base, a major one.
But that's New Mexico, that's Texas. But this is in Texas as well.
Yeah.
Can we? Does it show all of them? Let's see. Does it put it all on the map? Oh, here we go. Let's choose the next one, nearest one. So it's not too far away, is it? Quite a short distance away. The first one. 11 miles away from the main city. Reese Air Force Base there.
Mm-hmm.
There's quite a lot of stuff around there.
You know, I know that invokes suspicion that it could be something man-made, but you also have to confess that UFOs are generally drawn towards these types of bases as well.
Yeah, because they've got nuclear weapons,
Mm-hmm.
which we talked about previously, but
definitely, yeah.
It was a warm night and his bed was pushed over next to an open window. He was looking out at the clear night sky, and had been in bed about a half hour, when he saw a formation of the lights appear in the north, cross an open patch of sky, and disappear over his house. Knowing that the lights might reappear as they had done in the past, he grabbed his loaded Kodak 35, set the lens and shutter at f3.5 and 1/10 of a second, and went out into the middle of the backyard. Before long, his vigil was rewarded when the lights made a second pass. He got 2 pictures. A third formation went over a few minutes later, and he got 3 more pictures. These hotly debated images, which show a cluster of dim lights in a V-formation moving through the night sky, are the only visual representation of what hundreds were now claiming they saw.
So there you go. Who are those people? Captain
Right,
Edward
okay.
Rupert.
Yeah, it's Rupert. That's the guy who had his who wrote his book Estimate of Situation. He was the guy who coined the phrase UFO.
Uh-huh.
I think UFO is the estimate of situation. He wrote his first book, and the heart attack, unfortunately, at 35.
Really?
And yes, he had the second one at 37, which proved to be fatal.
Were they trying to knock him off, perhaps?
Well, the thing is, there's always a question mark over his death because heart attack is easily induced.
Yes, it is.
Not only that, he completely reversed his view on UFOs from being very optimistic about them being a reality to suddenly saying that it wasn't even a possibility.
Especially if he was going to come out, they certainly would have knocked him off.
Well, he did come out, and when he reversed his book, or his version of the book, he was contracting for the CIA.
That
we know for a fact. That's
who
not
probably would
speculation.
knock off people or hire someone to do it. There's always suspicion about corrupt governments. How they influence.
I mean, it only takes a spray in your face to induce a heart attack.
Well, if you think about the To the Stars one again, that guy that cancelled the study program apparently believed that UFOs or aliens were demons and it shouldn't be studied, and it's all to do with the religious Bible aspect of it.
There's plenty of that in medical, you know.
Yeah, so if you got these types within the Air Force that's shutting down things or shutting down people, that's probably half the problem. Or maybe the main problem even, why we haven't got disclosure yet.
Well, James McDonald's death was very suspicious as well.
Well, at that
Bob
age,
Stodd's suspicious. John Murphy's was highly suspicious.
Well, I did actually. I don't know if
the list actually goes on and on and on and on.
I'm not sure if it's in my episode, but I might have covered it in my episode. Suspicious deaths of ufologists and researchers. Okay. So go and dig up the episode if you've not watched it. It's quite good, actually.
Or we can do it again, and I'll add some more.
Well, I put on the end like hundreds and hundreds of people that died strange, that were doing research all the way up to 2000,
cancer research, all sorts,
15 or something like that. Yeah. But yeah, the suspicion is that a lot of people get strange cancers. Suicide was another one, a common one, and being accidentally shot or shot by intruders, which is really strange as well. Yeah, just go and watch the episode. And of course, the cancers are very rare that they die from. But Stephen Greer, we don't like Stephen Greer, but
no.
I think he may have told the truth about having cancer, and someone was trying to knock him off because apparently his assistant also got the same cancer, which is probably beyond odds, right? So it means that they've probably eaten something that's been contaminated with the toxin that causes the cancer. So he survived, and the other person didn't, I don't think. I have to watch that episode again because I keep forgetting the facts, but... Okay. Yeah, I think that was a legit story there on the cancer side of thing with Greer anyway.
Was it birds? Or planes? The government's investigator Goz Koyas Ruppelt began his formal investigation. He found that the lights had affected all who saw them, including a hardened old man from La Mesa, who had witnessed them with his wife. He broke off his story of the lights and launched into his background as a native Texan, with range wars, Indians and stagecoaches under his belt. Ruppelt recalled of their interview session. What he was trying to point out was that despite the range wars, Indians and stagecoaches, he had been scared. His wife had been scared, too.
Okay. Just reading that all right so far. I'm surprised it's lasted this long. Maybe they've changed the formula. But I have switched between VPNs, which changes the number, so it falls.
Okay.
So that might be why.
The old La Mesa man had suggested that the lights were actually plover birds, a theory to which Ruppelt would lend some credence. But just like many people Ruppelt interviewed, the old man admitted he and his wife had been looking for the lights after reading about them in the paper. This was a common thread tying together many of the witnesses. One point of interest was that very few claimed to have seen the lights before reading the professor's story in the paper, Ruppelt wrote. But this could get back to the old question, do people look up if they have no reason to do so?
Well, it's not just that, you see. I mean, another thing there is once, excuse me, once one person comes forward, he's brave enough, that kind of encourages other people to come forward and say what they've seen. You know, who may have been subsequently a little shy, to say the least. You know, the fear of ridicule.
Yeah. You're safer in numbers, so to speak.
Absolutely.
So a lot of the credible cases have been multiple witnesses. But if they've got important jobs, they still might not come out, though. Like pilots and Navy people or whatever. But it's amazing how loyal military are to the oath for not releasing secret information. They just won't. They'll take it to their dying death. Probably 99.9% people, because they don't want they don't want the enemy getting the technology and getting a head start. You know, say America.
It's not just that. All they've got a pension to look after as well.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, just say that at the moment, like I said in the previous couple of lives back, that the Chinese spies have been leaking all NASA's rocket technology, including the space shuttle, and to the Chinese government, who are now leaps ahead in space technology department, because they've got a lot more millions of people that can work on these projects, and they got the funding now because everybody's buying stuff from China, so they can get the leap start getting into space and setting up stuff. So America's getting left behind, but all of it is stolen technology from America, you see, and they're still stealing it.
I don't think they're getting left behind, because you know the actual figures is that the US, they spend more on armament warfare than the 10 most other leading countries.
I'd have to Google
including
that.
China, Russia, the UK, the whole of Europe. Yeah, so they are spending. So really, they should be at the cutting edge. So I honestly don't think that anyone's ahead of the United States, unless some mad scientist somewhere has made this leading breakthrough in physics and developed a new technology, which I can't see, to be honest.
Well, if they've stolen all the information, so they don't have to do the R&D, right? Because really, they haven't bought it; they've stolen it.
No, that it could be reverse engineered. That's for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they don't have to reverse engineer because they've got the whole blueprints apparently of everything. So, and of course, who makes all the electronic circuits is China. So they've already got the information there anyway. I think you'll find that China will be like the cutting edge of the space thing. They'll even beat Russia probably, getting to Mars, probably us. But yeah, when you talk about all those minerals on other planets, that's what they'll be going after. Imagine going to Mars and then mining it for gold, and it's just bucket loads of gold that you need to use in electronics and stuff. and other rare elements. But the biggest rush will be fusion power. I reckon they're pretty close to getting it going, so they're going to need to mine helium-3 from asteroids and moons and all that stuff and use it for future power, you know. I think the world's going to be a very interesting place in another 100 years. So we probably...
Oh, yeah.
We're probably...
All I'm saying is the United States are spending 10 times more than the next 10 countries on armaments and future developments in warfare. So I honestly don't think there's anything that's more advanced than what the US has got at this present time, unless, as I said, they've made some kind of major breakthrough in physics.
Well, I think
possible. Can't rule out.
Yeah, I don't think they would have got the information before the Nimitz stuff happened. I think it's sort of come after that, though. So yeah, I don't think they would have been miles ahead when that UFO encounter happened. I still think that's probably most likely alien ships that go into sea and probably got an underground sea base that we don't know about.
And I'm afraid that's the same conclusion that I came to some time ago, yes.
Yeah, how they hide undersea base, I suppose if you go deep enough, you can. And if you got some sort of, you got that endless energy, right, or you got control of gravity, then the weight of water won't matter because you create a virtual bubble, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. But why are they here? Maybe they've always been here. You know what I mean? We still don't know if they're from outer space or they actually have come from the sea. That's where they may have developed in the sea and coexisted.
Oh, that's interesting.
And coexisted with mankind for all that time, thousands of years.
Jeez, all cards on the table here.
Yeah, so people are saying it's interdimensional, but is it? They might just be same as us, same DNA, but maybe they got the big eyes because they lived underwater there, and as you know, fish eyes are different than us, and yeah. Anyway, we better carry on because we can talk about.
I know different. I'm just seeing it in black and white.
Yeah.
So, what exactly did all these people witness? In the report on unidentified flying objects, Ruppelt by all accounts an honorable and fair man who oversaw what many describe as the golden age of the government's official UFO investigations offers a strangely evasive explanation. I thought that the professor's lights might have been some kind of birds reflecting the light from Mercury Vapor Street lights, but I was wrong. They weren't birds, they weren't refracted light, but they weren't spaceships. The lights that the professor saw have been positively identified as a very commonplace and easily explainable natural phenomenon. I can't divulge exactly the way the answer was found because it is an interesting story of how a scientist set up complete instrumentation to track down the lights. Telling the story would lead to his identity and, in exchange for his story, I promised the man complete anonymity. With the most important phase of the Lubbock lights solved, the sightings by the professors the other phases become only good UFO reports. And so, the mystery of the Lubbock lights remains unsolved.
Yeah. So, again, and we could wrap up here, Paul. But again, this comes back to Ruppelt and that secret that he held. Because, I mean, what on earth was going on?
Well, I looked up
this information.
I'll just close that tab down there. Yeah, well, I thought it could be something like this was being experimented back in that time of 1950s. These big flying rings, which is obviously, people have speculated that it's from Nazi captured blueprints and stuff, that they may have finally built one over 5 years of these big massive flying rings. But I think America was actually working on the flying rings, and the NASA thing is just a bit more misinformation or disinformation. You can see they make these dirty engine thrust getting off the ground initially. The thing is, flying wings don't have a tail rudder, so they're sort of like a uniquely designed aircraft. There's a guy on the website on YouTube there, which I've shared previously. It talks about aerodynamics and how flying wings work, and he's like an RC toy builder for flying wings. It talks about all the different scientific things to do with it, and how they fly and all that, and how they move through the air. So I don't know. Why would you put so many lights underneath those? I don't know, what are these flying wings? Well, it seems a strange thing to do, right?
Yeah.
But this one here,
especially so early as well.
This one here doesn't look like the same type of lights. This other one here.
Yeah, is it just motion blur?
I don't know.
Maybe camera shake.
Long exposure. But if it's by the same, the two photographs are by the same person, though, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
History.com. So that must be. They used to put up the facts with that stupid show. What was it called now? With the Hynek Project Blue Book or something.
Yeah.
I think this talks about the same thing. So what's it say there about the photographs? Get rid of that. 19-year-old Carl Hart, August 30th. So could it be that...
Yeah, there was some doubt over him because he never had the pictures developed immediately. See, he left it several weeks before he took the pictures in.
Well, I've looked at these images before and I can't see any craft in between.
You're looking for solid bases, yeah, okay.
So you can see the stars going between them. Doesn't look like a solid flying wing unless...
Well, you see, if that's the case, it makes it even more like UFO-wise. You know, why would they be flying in that kind of formation?
Yeah. You can see they're not actually perfect circles either. You can see they are sort of drooping down a wee bit there. Could it be that he had like Chinese lanterns in the sky?
Oh, they wouldn't hold formation like that, not for long.
Yeah, but we're assuming that he's taken it from underneath rather than... Has anyone actually managed to line up the star field behind to see anything like that? Or can you
give the context?
How can you see the star field in this as well? I suppose those little white dots are all stars, right? I don't know. Or is it picture grain dust? It could be too, right? Complicated. And we complain about the spud cam photographs we get today. But yeah, I don't know. It could be a remote control plane that he put lights on, maybe. But what kind of lights would they have back in 1950? They don't have LEDs like we got now. Could it be like Christmas lights? But again, you can't, like I said, you just can't see any structure there. And I bet if I save that one and put it through the editor, which I'll do. Save image. We've got save image as this time. It seems to be going a lot faster now, so quite something strange was going on. I reckon the browser was trying to do an update or something in the background. Is that the one? Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. You've got no control over anything that's updated in the background.
Especially Windows 10.
Computers work.
Well, apps do their own thing, and Windows 10 does its own thing, but yeah, so we grab this one here. Oh, you're meant to be eating, aren't you? Have you had anything to eat yet? Because you got up
a bit late, yes, and
have you got some food there, have you?
I'll be okay till the end.
You won't waste away.
Nah.
How about your poor dog?
He's out on his walk now.
Yeah, did he get fed though?
No, he doesn't get fed until around about 7 p.m, Paul.
Yeah, but you just got up at 11, didn't you? So did he get any food before you started the live stream?
Oh, no. He had his food last night at about 7 p.m.
Oh, you don't give him something in the morning?
Oh, no. What I do, I give him so much food in the evening that he's always got something to go back to during the day, you see.
I suppose it's going to go slow now. Let's see, that should lighten it, I think. There we go. I'm not seeing any shape when we lighten it there. It's definitely getting slower though. So we do that. Definitely looks like the star field behind. No shape of any craft I can see. They look like individual light sources. But it's hard to tell. Could it be cables going in between the lights there? Because it would be on a string. It would be like Christmas lights, if anything. It's very hard to tell. It does look like it's got little scratches and, you know, looks like cables coming off it. You know what I mean? I can't quite point when I'm zoomed in, but you could see there was a line coming across here and a line coming through here. Could he have the lights dangling?
Well, it's slightly suspect because apparently these things are traveling at high speed, and yet he's got that crystal clear photo. I'd have expected it to be more motion blur, to be honest.
Let's have a look at
unless
that.
He had a very high, a very high shutter speed. And I'm not really sure how those old cameras worked.
Yeah, let's have a zoom in here. See, it looks like a fine line going this way, and it looks like a line going this way. Do you see what I mean? Whether that's scratches on the film, but yeah, it looks like cables going to it. You know, it looks like cable going this way, cable going this way. Could it be on stiff cables, maybe? Just rearrange it and take it, look like it's stars in the background. Like I said, the only way you could be sure is to work out that one here, this other one, because it looks like the clearer one.
Yeah.
It looks like there could be some stars here to work on. But I'm not really a stargazer, so I can't tell. And of course, it's going to be different in the northern hemisphere to what we get in New Zealand.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm a wee bit suspect that there might be just lights. You could even do it like on an angle, like a Billy Meyer, right? So it could be like a cable going between two trees, and he's just dangling on little cables coming down, and arrange it into the boomerang shape that people were talking about. But why would he fake it though? Is the question. Just close that down.
Well, yeah, and he was in no hurry to develop the film, as I was saying. And then, of course, on the other side, people found that was suspect. That he captured the UFO, and he hadn't even, had those negatives developed. But his answer to that question was he was absolutely convinced he didn't even capture anything. If he knew that he had, he'd have had it developed earlier. That was his response.
Sounds a bit suspect, doesn't it?
It does a little bit, doesn't it, Paul?
But did he sell the negatives, or did he simply just give it to a newspaper or something?
I don't think there was any money that passed hands, but I really can't be sure.
So he's talking about a Kodak 35, so that would have been like an instant photograph? No, it wouldn't be Kodak.
Yeah, okay, f3.5.
Well, let's have a look at what camera make that is then.
1/10 of a second, there's your shutter speed. 1/10 of a second. Oh, that's not fast. That's damn slow. Yeah, so, okay, we can establish from that whatever was moving
wasn't moving very fast.
It wasn't. No way was it moving fast.
No, which means it still fits my theory that it may be a Billy Meyer trick with a fishing wire and very thin wires going down to the light bulbs, making up a pattern that looks like a flying wing. So what camera make is that one? And we should really start to wrap up. Here we go. So it's pre-instant. When was the one that spits out the Polaroid ones? So what were they called? It's the instant camera ones. That was Kodak, wasn't it? Actually, I think my dad had one of these cameras. Now you think about it. It was like the major camera of the time, but all our family photographs are on slides, and you have to have a projector to see them. Quite a lot of them from the 70s, so on slides, and they're just terrible photographs. Washed out, the colours wash out. So I put them onto VHS because that's what we had best at the time. We didn't have flatbed scanners back then. And we managed to dig up an old projector that Granddad had in the closet, and he wasn't even sure if it still worked. Lucky enough it did work, and I managed to film using a handy camera onto a screen to save the slides from degrading even further. And then I ripped the images off VHS tape later in the years when scanning and all that come in, where you could scan the image make it into a digital video, and then you could rip all the individual photographs from that. But it's still not very good. It needs to be redone with current technology, really. But I reckon the slides are probably even more degraded now. But, original triangular 1939, so that's stand 48. Rangefinder. So they still sell it on eBay today, collectibles.
Yeah, it would be, yeah.
Yeah, pretty sure that's the same as what Dad had. Wikipedia. Probably too much reading here for my eyes this time of night now.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
See, I just wondered how well it would be able to take photographs at night time. Wonder if there's any old pictures from it. That's another thing we could look at, compare images, nighttime images, see if anyone's got anything scanned up. Nighttime shots. Night shots. Here we go. Nope. Images. So, I guess these are some images. I don't know. Doesn't say camera underneath. That's a colour one. What's that one there? Nope. Stupid Google. 35mm. What's that one say? Shooting. Okay, here we go. That's colour though. A wee bit confused. Oh well. Someone I know about the camera out there, but we won't worry about it. I just thought we might be able to have some black and whites with see how bad it is. See, some expert or someone that's got the camera would be able to where's the picture gone? Would be able to maybe recreate it, you know what I mean? See how bright the lights would have had to been, and take it, or fabricate it with normal like Christmas lights on string hanging down, so you can angle it up and then take a picture of it like it's in the sky. So again, the star field could match up, you see, even though it's faked. Of course, the other thing that we found out is you can also put shiny beads on a table, like that other one we're looking at, with the buttons, and simply just put a big spotlight underneath to illuminate it through the glass. But I just wonder if you get reflections back off the glass, that's all. That you can fabricate it that way. You probably would get some light reflections if you did it that way. It's hard to know. Certainly doesn't look like a flying wing anyway. Not this thing anyway. I'm not sure what else they might have had flying around at that time. Well, we've got some black and white pictures of one here. You've got to be careful, it's a video. I think we've played it before though, haven't we?
Summer is groomed for its first flight at the Northrop plant in Hawthorne.
I'll just speed it up for you, but just in case. Looks like it's old footage though.
California. Called YB-49, the huge 100-ton dreadnought packs 32,000 horsepower in its 8 jet engines. At the controls during the initial flight are veteran test pilot Max Stanley, center, and crew of 2. Theirs is a big job, and like a giant boomerang, the mammoth craft picks up speed. Raining beams of smoke from its jets, Uncle Sam's latest ace of the atom age passes its test with flying colors.
There we go.
See, the other thing is,
you would hear that,
which doesn't go in the photographer's favour, is that he put the pictures in quite a long time after the event. So there was no timestamp, was there? So he could have clicked on there was sightings and then decided to hoax something, you know?
Yeah, but
to have his little 5 minutes of fame.
Yeah, some do it for fame and some do it for money. Some do it for both, of course. But
some do it for fun.
Yeah, see if they can get away with pranking. But I don't think we read out this last bit here, did we?
The Lubbock Lights incident persists in the memory of many older citizens, and to this day captivates researchers from across the country. Dr. Mondial Monroe, Southwest Collection Archivist at Texas Tech University, told Texas Highways magazine. Mention the event, and everyone has an opinion. Some believe the bright, semicircular, so-called, string of beads crossed the sky at great speed, high in the stratosphere. Few agree with the streetlight illuminated. Migratory duckbellies theory ventured at the time by skeptics or in the Air Force report. According to Monroe, the professors and other witnesses tired of explaining themselves and what they saw almost totally ceased giving interviews by the 70s. In a rare informal interview, more than 40 years after the sightings, Carl Hart, Jr. reportedly told an interviewer he still had no idea what he had photographed that pleasant August night many moons ago. But like hundreds of others witnesses in and around Lubbock that strange Texas summer, he saw something he would never forget.
So we got two things here. We got people claiming, multiple witnesses claiming to see the lights fly across, so it's a real event. And then we got the boy here with possibly a fake photograph. So the professors, was it, that saw it? I didn't actually read hear the front bit. Was it?
Well, they got pretty fed up about talking about it in the end.
The professors weren't the only credible witnesses, right? So they talk about blue-green lights.
Yeah, they weren't the only credible witnesses.
I don't think it would be a flying wing, but you just can't discount it, really. But why would they have blue-green lights on the flying wings?
Yeah, exactly. 1951 as well.
Unless the engines were making green-blue thing and you had multiple, maybe some sort of plasma jet engine that they were testing out. But going, it could be UFOs in a formation, alien craft, who knows. But yeah, still interesting case. So we better wrap up there, I guess. We've been going, 4 hours now. So thanks for everybody for joining us and hitting the like button.
Thanks, guys.
And I have got a new Facebook group set up for those people that don't want to join Discord, can now join our Facebook group. I should probably post it, shouldn't I? I haven't got it handy here. Let me see if I can find it. I'll post it in the side chat thing. Since a lot of people use Facebook.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that group. It should be fun.
Robert,
you won't get any bullshit.
We've made Robert a moderator to start with. He might get upgraded. We'll see how it goes. We're not too sure how it's all going to work, but here we go. I've got the link here. So let's see if it comes up here anyway. Yeah, it should have my logo. Here it comes. So, yep, click the join button if you want to join us. And you can post stuff that you want us to look at. And so, yeah, that's all those ones that can't download the Discord app at the moment.
Hold on a minute, Paul. Add the posts going to admin first, because they need to. Otherwise, you'll end up with a Coops Club.
I haven't looked at it in detail yet, how it works for the posts.
Okay, well, you need to upgrade me from mod to admin, so I can look at the posts before.
The moderator can check posts, delete posts, and all that, but they can't delete.
No, but they need to be looked at before they're actually put up.
It said you could delete users, but I haven't read anywhere about verification.
Otherwise, we'll have posts from Corey Good and Wilcox and all kinds of.
Well, we'll work it out as we go anyway. But I'll just post the link down here.
Yeah, sure.
Like I only spent 2 hours on it today. I'm not too sure if I have to turn on things, what the default settings are. But I suspect maybe it's only visible to us until we approve it, probably. But we'll have to see. We'll wait till someone joins and posts a comment and see how it goes. And then we'll look into clamping it down a bit more. But there's a link there if you want to join the Facebook group. I assume everybody's got Facebook on their iPads and iPhones and all that. Seems like the most common social media platform now. So I've added tonight's live on it and some rules there and debunks on secure team, why we don't want them on this channel and other people. And I also got a link to all our past Robert and I UFO cases that we do together on Saturdays here listed as well. But yeah, when more people join, they're able to post their comments there, and it'll gradually fill up, I guess. But yeah, we better wrap up. Just close that down, and I'll switch to my end credits now and say good night to you. And
Good night, guys.
please like, share, and comment on the episode. It really helps, and especially send it on your Facebooks or Twitter accounts and other social media stuff. Let's see. Should be playing music, hopefully.